Yeah. Happy New Year, everyone. What's going on? What's happening? It is good to see you all. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I plan on doing all three time zones. We'll see how long I last. I'm just going to drink some tea. I was had the champagne, but I said, no, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. I'm honest about it. I'm like, no, I ain't going to be able to make it. And I do want to do my best. So I'm gonna drink some tea, have a good time, and go back down memory lane. Say peace out, and hope you guys enjoy the show. You're welcome to join in. I should pin the link. I'm not even wasting my time with the Cash App. People know where to find it if they want to contribute. I'm not even doing all of that. Where's the thing? It's just a waste of time. It's yeah. And I'll just leave it that way. Oh shoot, did I do the right thing? Is that right? Let me see. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So I hope you guys are, having a good time. You do the right thing. Stay safe. Don't drive and drink or drink and drive. It's vice versa, right? Don't do that. There's Uber, Lyft, and all these other um things that you can use. So please use them. Don't be cheap. Just go ahead and spend the money. You get home safely. You know, that's the main thing. All right. So that's going to be it of my introduction. I'm going to bring on that lovely and that wonderful and that classic Ruby, everybody. Welcome, Lady Ruby. How are you?
You're too happy for me. I don't know. Y'all are weird. Okay, I don't understand everybody. Everybody decides. They just decide December 31st is like a party. Like this is I find that amazing that everyone could just do that. They just yay, it's a happy new year. Like y'all, it could have been the worst year on planet Earth. Yeah, y'all could be dying, like whatever, and everyone will be like in this great party mood on December 31st. I don't understand y'all, okay? That is not how Ruby flexes. If Ruby's tired today, I'm tired. If I ain't in no party mood, ain't nobody partying. And that's just what it is. I don't care. I don't care about nobody's feelings. You have an issue, go to the party without me. Hey, how you doing today, sis?
Dang. I am happy because made it through this new year. This year, it's been tough
hmm
in several different areas, and I had, remember I wanted to. I just got so disgusted with the behavior of people with Kevin Samuel's death. I just wanted to just turn off the YouTube totally. I'm like, I'm done with this. These are some weirdos, and it just made me disgusted because he was a person and they just ate off that man cavity. I mean, they even ate the damn worms. I mean, once the skin was gone and the worms came, they started eating the worms. I said,
hmm
y'all are just ridiculous. And it really bothered me because you got to think when I came to YouTube, going back down memory lane, it was uploads. That's what it was
hmm
about. It was about uploads.
hmm
And I just, when the live streams came, I supported. And then after people started getting a few numbers and stuff and the bickering and that kind of died down a little bit and it started back up again. So I've seen it all. I literally can say I've seen it all. So that is
hmm
why I've digested so much that I am literally sick of it. To
Yeah, it makes
watch
sense.
adults, adults that just
hmm
bothered me to watch adults act the way that they have. Um, Now I've got the banner going. I did proclaim that 2022 was going to be the year of the humbling,
hmm
and I think I was pretty much on the money. There's a lot of humbling there. I mean, some people poked their chests out, but a lot of people were humbled. because of all that has happened financially and physically, with death. So I'm like,
Mhm.
all right, yeah. I have not proclaimed what 2023 is. I haven't thought about it because I did not plan to, live stream or anything like that. I said,
Mhm.
I'm done. They can have it. Go ahead and eat the bones and worms and all those type of things. Fight bigger, bicker, um, docs and all these kind of things that it's just really pathetic. And not only that, not being able to really do the content that I wanted to do because, and YouTube does have their right, you know,
Mhm.
um, and I have to give into that. They have their right. They say, hey, um, these people want to get paid for you using their articles or whatever it is that you use, their content. And I get that. I'm like, okay.
Mhm.
And I just got
Mhm.
tired of the editing out and muting this and muting that. I said, okay. Because you got to know people are visual. So they're going to
Mhm.
want to see what you're talking about. I could tell you
Mhm.
about carjacking or whatever it is. People like to see it, you know?
Right. Exactly.
And
Yep.
just got to a point where they said it could be weeks later or a month later. Psst, hey, Char Willie, got a copyright claim on that video you showed, with that carjacking. Sorry. Okay,
Mhm.
let me go edit that out. Okay, now you have limited what is it? It's called limited something. And I'm like, I get it. And see, I'm not an actress. I think the only part of me being an actress is if it's life or death.
Mhm.
I think that's when I can become an actress. Not even for a pension. I don't even think I can act enough to get to lie to someone and manipulate someone to get their pension. I don't even think I could do that.
I
So,
don't know, girl. You put pension in there. I
hey.
believe. I believe. I'm just saying, for pension, I believe. I don't know about in any other context, but for pension, I believe you just might have the stuff.
Now I'll be excited about it, but I don't
Mhm.
think I could just go through with it, just have on a face that, and continue to do that. It wouldn't work for me because it's just
Mhm.
not in my character. But maybe, death, I'm like, whatever, I'll lie and whatever to get out of that situation. But um, it's been interesting. Um, let me see what anyone's saying before I started because I'm rambling and it's going to be a lot of ramble. I don't know where it's going to take me. Like I said, I'm going to try to do all three um, time zones. So I got a list of things, and
Mhm.
hopefully that people can join in and give their opinions and go back down memory lane as well.
Hmm. Okay. Okay.
Um,
Sounds good.
okay. The first thing I have on my list is May 2022, and that's where it all began with Kevin Samuel's death and
Mhm.
seeing all the vultures and all of that and the way adults behaved. It was very sickening. And I'm like, okay, this is enough for me. So I started some changes June 1st. And I said,
Mhm.
okay, so let's start with the article reaction because it had already started with, you can't use this, you can't use that content. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just have to give up the Saturday show. So it started there.
Mhm.
And even the stuff that were used on Friday nights, they say, hey, you can't use that. A copyright claim. I said, oh boy. But I still was okay with it. I enjoyed, sharing. But in the end, when you get that email from YouTube, I'm like,
Mhm.
I'm like, okay. So I did have to deal with that. And then, but, slowly I started skipping some weeks or whatever.
Mhm.
And I still would look around the YouTube streets. I didn't find a lot that was encouraging to stay. Not at
Mhm.
all.
To say the least. Mhm. Mhm.
Not at all. So I'm like, dang, this is just too much. And you know what took well, I'm not even gonna say it tickles me. It started off with I guess it did start off tickling me, then it became disgusting that the reactions, because there's nothing wrong with reactions. But if your channel is so much of a reaction channel that all your content is somebody else's, I'm
Mm-hmm.
confused who I'm watching. And I'm like, you all, you don't have any idea what to do. You don't have any ideas. And then to me, that gets boring. So that's another reason why I would do a couple of things. The pineapple. Then I started
Mm-hmm.
seeing people do that. I said, okay, time to pull back. Then I was doing the Kendra G, and that was before she even came to YouTube. And then people started doing that. I said, okay, time to pull back. But I didn't, I tried to do it in a way where it was about the person, what they were saying, and the direction maybe they were going or where they've been. So it wasn't, oh, look at him. He got a big head. Oh, look at her. She need to be quiet. Wasn't that type of thing to humiliate people. I still tried to make it something teachable.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe let's not go down this road. Um, if you hear this, beware, be careful, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, um, social media is just that. It's opinions.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's opinions. Everybody has one. Everyone has the right to one. And when you being started being ugly with doxing and all that about someone's opinion, that's crazy. That's just, crazy to me. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, if we're the adults and we're the one that's supposed to teach, this is a bad example.
Mm-hmm.
This is really bad. And of course, those that are actually showing something, tech and other things like that, people are not watching that. They're like, no, I don't want to watch that. Change? What do you mean change? I don't want to change. No, I want to just talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. And all the variations of the topics, it's the same thing. It's just they throw the word the in the middle. Um, Women are the worst, and then the next title, the black women are this. So it's switch it around, but it's the same thing over and over and over again. And you look up, and years later, people are in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think really, actually, see, I see it a little differently than you. I don't think that people are in the same place. I think they're in a very different place because I think the space, when I look at this space, not between May and now, because let's be honest, my condo exploded in May and I missed a lot of this year as a result.
Mm,
Um, not just from my little, bout of homelessness and all the other stuff and da, 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 but just literally from a lack of interest in being around if I didn't have to be. So I just haven't really been on YouTube unless I absolutely have to be here. So, but I mean, from say, let's say 2017 until 2022,
hmm
it's a different space. And so the way I see it is everyone isn't, it's not like everyone's stuck in the same place. Actually, that would be preferable to versus what has actually happened. Um, because when I got here,
hmm
and I'm talking metaphorically about this area that we call Black YouTube, the Black Manosphere, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Um, when I got here, I got here because a channel in this space was the first channel I found that gave me a logical, reasonable, no emotions, no attacking, no insulting women to give me the answer about what the hell does MGTOW stand for? What does that mean? I don't know. Um, I find it amazing how much people get so caught up in this internet bullshit that they honestly think the whole world knows all of this stuff. Nobody does. Like nobody. These terms do not exist. outside of these spaces. If you don't chill out in the black manosphere and you don't know what red pill, black pill, blue pill, purple pill, you don't know what any of that crap means, let alone big tout, incel, ball cell, none of that means nothing anywhere. But I finally found somewhere and it answered my question. I went over there. It just happened to be live streaming. I went in there. I talked. People were reasonable. They
Mm-hmm.
were kind. Some of them people are in your chat room now. Well, one of them specifically, I could say, Darteezy was there and he greeted me, and Laquan, I remember the two of them. And, it was just kind of like, okay, there's a place I can go. And I don't necessarily agree with all these people. In fact, I think some of these people are outrightly crazy, but I respect them. I respect them because they don't want me to come here. They're not talking just from their feelings,
Right.
right? Now, they might not be coming with all pure peer-reviewed articles and stuff, the kind of stuff I would consider real research, fine. But you have to have some type of proof to back up your claims. You can't just come because your feelings or your personal experience says this is this, and therefore you must be right, right? Like you can't do that. And likewise, they had mutual respect for me because that's how I also function. So everything that I said, everything I believed, every argument I was making, there was some research backing it up, right? And I will give you the reference point. And so I was like, okay, this is a good space for me. Now, if you fast forward 5-6 years later, right?
Oh.
And let's go to May 2022. Okay, fine. And so the king of the manosphere passes away. Fine. Mm-hmm. But that king was the person everyone was riding on the coattails of. Whatever he said went. People just repeated it blindly. It was almost like a game of broken telephone in some cases. And even though there was clearly, he was referring to just like blackdemographics.com. There's a website called blackdemographics.com. He would tell people, go check it out. And no one ever fact checked him. No one ever went and read the site for themselves, whatever. And then the man passed away, rest in peace. And at that point, it's like, okay, instead of you just repeating everything he was saying, why don't y'all go? You want to pick up the mantle? You want to be as popular as him? Why don't y'all go read the damn thing yourselves? Go put it up on the screen. Then you might figure out that, oh, wait, oh my God, he repeated that statistic incorrectly. It actually is 50% of all Black women will get married in a lifetime. Crap, actually, it's 52% of Black women will get married in a lifetime versus 48% of Black men will get married in a lifetime. So therefore, more Black women are getting married than Black men. Okay, well, only half of those women are staying married, right? I mean, it's not all divorce, mind you. Some of it's divorce. Some of those people are separated. Some of those people are widowed, right? But, okay. Let me repeat that statistic. Nope. We are just going to keep going. Whoa, Mr. Samuel said that only 25% of Black women will get married in a lifetime, and then 50% of those are going to end in divorce. So basically, only like 10% of Black women are even worth a damn. And that's where they advanced from May until now. That's where they got to, right? So I'm like, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not even stuck. They are getting dumber. They're getting dumber, and they're getting more pointless. They're getting more emotional. They're getting more lost. They're getting more confused. It's based more on bullshit. No one's teaching emotional regulation, critical thinking. Like, it's literally gotten severely worse. Like, severely worse. And it spun out of control, getting worse and devolving and sending people back to like idiot levels after May 2022. So that's how I see what happened. Yeah.
I said it first. I said it first. I said the word the. I own the word the. So I said it, and I need my credit card. I said the.
Right. You see
And
what I'm saying?
looking at that, and I'm like, these people are adults, are they? I'm confused.
No, they're not. They're not, because and again, rest in peace, sir. He's one of the first people, actually, I heard, oh, these folks write books and stuff. Okay, cool. Maybe they're legit. Alan Roger Curry, again, rest in peace. right?
Hmm.
But when I went and I checked out that brother's, because I haven't honestly looked into him or listened to anything he's done in years. Just I just haven't, right? Since the fallout in my place of origin, he had not with me, but with the people in my place of origin. I ain't gonna call out no names because that would just make him feel too special inside. But when he had a fallout, with this guy, after that, I just never really checked into his stuff again. Didn't really know anything about him. So it was only after he passed away that I went and just looked at his channel, right? Just looked at what he was doing. People said he got married and whatever, so I wanted to check out his stuff. And I looked at his YouTube community tab, and I swear to God, Shar, every single post for like months is just that. It's just that, just what you're saying. Where's all my credit? Where's my credit? Where's my credit? Well, the least you could do is mention my credit. Well, the next time you want to mention this, you could credit me with it. Everything on his community tab was about why ain't people crediting him with shit. I'm not even kidding. And I was like,
Wow.
but this dude got married. Okay, he's winning. He's beyond winning. I'm gonna say he's beyond winning because unlike all of these other dudes who are all running their mouths, and most of them are single, and or you find out they are with some big, fat, ugly old woman. ARC had a young, gorgeous black woman,
Hmm.
wife, right, and a
Yes.
gorgeous young child. He's winning, and I'm like, despite the fact that he was winning in reality, he has several published books for real, for real.
Hmm. Yes.
All he cared about is that a bunch of, I'm sorry guys, no disrespect to y'all, but that a bunch of goddamn nobodies on YouTube were not giving him credit about a bunch of bullshit nobody's going to care about in 5 years, and that he can prove that he said because it's in his published books. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what is happening? And I just saw that and I'm like, are you serious, bro? Like, that's the legacy you're leaving because you ain't here to edit that now. So
Right. That's
every
true.
time, right?
Right.
Every time people look you up, they're just gonna see you. This looks kind of petty or sad, or why he trying to clout chase, or why he beggy. I thought he was a real author. I thought he was a real. Do you see what I'm saying? And
Yes.
he, come on now, come on,
It's
damn.
really sad. And I'm gonna wait, hold my comment and let our guests on the panel here speak. Don't want to just keep talking. Welcome. How are you, Jack Spade? Welcome, welcome.
Mr. Spade.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? What's up, everybody on the panel? What's up, everybody in the chat? Happy New Year's. Well, soon to
Yes,
be Happy
Happy
New
New
Year.
Year.
Yes, yes.
So I had to jump on real quick to get Ruby's goat real quick.
Mhm, 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 mhm.
so
Bring
I
it.
so
No.
I can start my New Year's right and
Oh.
Of
tight.
course,
Mhm.
naturally.
There I go. I just did it. All right, y'all can finish.
Oh, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it would be worse than that, but okay, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay. Yeah. And let's see. As far as let me see, I'm trying to think which direction I want to go. Okay, let me go backwards a little bit to opinions. Okay, everyone has one, and you have the right to them. And I personally did not care what a person's opinion was, as long as it wasn't anything as in just straight up hate speech, like um, we want to get rid of all the women on earth. I'm not supporting that, so I'm leaving the chat. You can have your wrench back. I'm gone. But any other thing, I supported all the guys because I knew how important it was. Um, so when it comes to opinions, they started fighting, and that's what I was a little confused on. I'm like, why are people arguing and then doxing people and my money bigger than your money and what's that term? Big bank take little bank, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is the ego stuff. This is men ego. Okay, fine, but what's with the doxing? I mean, that's still to me that's gone too far. But I saw a lot of that. So when it comes down to opinions, I'll give you a nice example. If I remember what I thought of earlier. Strawberries. Let's say you got a live stream, and this is what I find. You have a live stream to start off with three guys opinion about strawberries. One guy says, yeah, them strawberries, they're all red and stuff, and them the best, they really red, and that's the one you're looking for when you don't have no bruises or nothing. Them the best strawberries. Then you have the person on the panel. Yeah, man, but I like the ones with, they could be a little bruised. I don't care as long as it's juicy. If I bite in, they juicy. That's the main thing. That's what you want. Then you got the next person on the panel. Oh, y'all wrong. No, it ain't about the color. It ain't about if it's bruised and juicy and all that. No, it's about if you can get a pound of them at a certain price. That's what's more important. All three guys got an opinion and they have the right to the opinion. You talked about that. What more can you talk about strawberries? The vitamins and stuff like that. Okay, fine. Live stream number 2. They come back the next day. Yeah, man, I got the strawberries and the pounds wasn't, it wasn't right, man. They went up $1. I ain't appreciate that. I paid $4.99. They were just $3.99. Man, but they were red and juicy, so it's worth it. Oh, you still on that with the color of it? Who cares about the color of it? Man, I don't care. As long as it's got a little bruise on there, I know they some good juicy strawberries. Oh, you still on that? Oh man, you a punk, you a simp. You don't know what you're talking about. Live stream number 2. Okay. Come back the next day. You're talking about the same thing again, these damn strawberries. All you did is just rearrange the words, come back to talk about the same thing. Yeah, strawberries, they really juicy and red and nice flavor and healthy for you, good for your digestion. Oh man, you a simp. You still talking about how red it is. Ain't about no color red. Ain't got nothing to do with that. It's all about the pound. You know what? Your government name is Andy Jackson. Yeah, you Andy Jackson. I'm gonna show you a picture. Yeah, you a simp. And it just goes through, and it just keeps doing the same thing over and over. So now they get rid of that panelist number 3. He can't come back around because he just dots the person's channel. Then other people come in because they like to see arguments and everything. So they come over and look. Oh, he talking about strawberries. Oh, he told about his name. Oh, okay, let me come over here. Hey man, I just want to give my take about the strawberries. I think they it's all right to be real red and juicy and everything, and it's all right if they bruise and stuff. And my man that doxed you, I'm kind of with him when it come down to how many in a pound, because the price does matter. That is important. Okay, all right, sir. That's fine. We appreciate that. Oh, what? So my what? I'm wrong? Is that what you're trying to say? Hey, see, if you go back to the 1950s when you used to have strawberry trees in the yard and the vines and stuff, and you would get more strawberries. Okay, all right, sir, calm down. Oh no, see, you a simp. That's what it is. See, you a simp, and you ain't got no money. And then more fighting, and then a year later they still talking about strawberries. My point is, how much can you discuss a damn strawberry? You've discussed everything within the first 3 weeks, maybe, and you're years into it still talking about the strawberries. Just continuing. You got anger because you got a difference of opinion. You got your ego is inflated or hurt because somebody didn't really agree with your opinion. So now you want to dox, you want to talk about how much money you got and all these type of things. And that is what I equate to what I've seen over the time, especially the last 3 or 4 years in the YouTube streets. And people don't respect each other's opinion, and the conversation is the same. It just doesn't change up. Um, I did mention last week that I wanted to show this young lady's face because her face told it all. It says everybody's talking about the same thing. And I forgot what was going on at that time, but she was right. Everyone is talking about the same thing. Now, again, you have the right to say and talk about what you want, but the conversation, most of it, is still the same. So you get tired of that. It's like, is there anything that's where you can just learn something, just not totally opinion based? It would be nice, but you don't find that. And then you don't find, like I said, the people, they don't respect each other. And that's what's, I just find it just really crazy. Welcome, Vonda. How are you?
Hey,
Hey,
Sean.
girl, hey.
Hey, Ruby. Hey, Mr. Spade.
Welcome.
Happy New Year, everybody. I know it's not quite New Year for some people, but we're getting there.
And why
I'm
you
in.
gotta be happy, huh?
I said I'm
What?
in
Why?
California.
Uh-oh.
I'll probably be the last.
What? But
Uh-oh.
why you gotta be a happy New Year, Vonda? How come it can't be a so-so New Year or a misery New Year or a
Girl, because the
mhm.
year was already so. Look at
For some of y'all, this was hell. This is a hell
you know
year. This
what?
was
I understand, Ruby. I know you experienced some trials and tribulations. So
mm-hmm,
more hell, I caught a little bit of hell. My little ankles are singed a little bit. It,
mm-hmm,
it's just what happens. And I'm just happy that I survived it. There's a lot of things I'm going to leave in 2022.
Hmm.
So
mm-hmm,
I'm looking forward to 2023. I'm looking forward
mm-hmm.
to it. Can't wait for it to get here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and speaking of 2023, we're gonna have a sit down and pass the bowl while we discuss this Mr. Spade situation here thing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mr.
So,
Spade.
okay, Mr. Spade.
Uh-oh.
What would you prefer? You prefer Jack?
Oh man, the classic man, Mr. Spade. That's how I like it.
Okay. I'm gonna,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stick with the former then. I'm gonna stick with
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Spade.
Exactly. You got makes you sound like a James Bond character. Okay, so yeah, I
Yeah,
like it.
that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say for me, like with this year and all of the things that have gone on, and each year, you grow a little bit more. At least I hope that you do. Um, when I first started out in these YouTube streets, I used to be everywhere. I used to be very involved.
Hmm.
And, as things started to transpire and you start to see a lot of the divisiveness and, you know, the competition, the competitiveness, the angriness. And, that's not what I came here for. I didn't can't come here to see a whole bunch of people fight and, rip each other up and tear people down. Now, granted, I'm going to say a lot of this is entertaining, because I will say that, I don't watch very much television. You know, I like my YouTube, entertainment, but some of it got to be too much love and hip hop, if it makes any sense to that because once you started out with like reality TV was nice looking and getting a bird's eye view into another person's life, and then everything got to be sort of scripted and all of these dramas created and all of this bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
mean, just super duper bad behavior. Not that who am I to judge? But if it makes me uncomfortable and I don't like seeing it, then I'm just gonna, not be there anymore. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it got to a point where it wasn't fun anymore because people were so nasty and are very nasty to each other.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what I find, very disgusting as well. Because again, it's just opinion. So why can't I have my opinion? Why can't I disagree or agree with this person? You'll have someone in a chat room that have a problem with you agreeing with someone in the chat room. I mean, it's just really crazy how the space has become. Now, yes, you have more people. You got to think about that. You have many more people because it's not just uploads as it once was. Now you got live stream or interactive television, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
and people um, there's a lot going on in people's lives, and a lot of it is not good. So they're looking for something. You have people that are bored, that are maybe don't have much money, maybe have, I don't know, health issues, relationship issues, parental issues, just anything. And you get a lot of that because sometimes you're wondering, well, why is this person acting this way? But it's something that's going on in their life, and it's really sad. The mental illness, I really hate to see. When it comes down to self improvement, no one wants to do that at all.
Ooh, that's a dirty word. But
They do
there.
not want to do that at all. You can have a conversation to tell you, um, oh, well, if you want, let's go with diabetes. Let's go with diabetes. And you have someone, he says, okay, well, um, if you do a little bit more exercise and eat strawberries, I'm going back to the strawberries, then, you'll be a little bit more healthier. It will get your numbers down. You'll lose weight, increase your water, and you'll see improvement. Oh, okay. And then you'll see the same people that may show up. Have you done any of those things? No, man. See, it's the gynocracy. That's what it is. Yeah,
Oh, God.
that's it. Yeah. Uh, what? So it's like just the pointing of fingers, but the finger never points at them, which is the person needs to do the self improvement, make some change. That's why people find themselves in the same place. They can be on the um like what is this 2022? You can go back just 2 years. Let's go to 2020, and you can pull up some live streams. The person is still talking about the same thing, and they're in the same place, the same exact place. Nothing has changed. Their income is the same or less because they spend so much time online instead of using that time to improve something, whatever it is, health, wealth, anything. But they spend all the time just right there online, arguing and disagreeing with people. Because it's never an agreement, it's always going to be a disagreement. And I just find it, it just, I don't really want to keep saying the word sickening, but it's sad. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say sad. And speaking of that, you got to think about the 4 deaths that has happened this year. We had in January, we had Beasley that passed away. In May, we had Kevin Samuels. In November, you had Alan Roger Curry. In December, Sinful the P. Regardless of what you think about the people, they were on YouTube. You saw them, they were around, and they're no longer here. What's in common with these men? They're men. What have you seen in the YouTube streets about the negative talk about women? Women ain't this, women ain't that. This winter, they're losing their job. They're gonna be on the street. All these different things. And when you see what has happened, you're like, wow, okay. I haven't heard any big things about that negative talk taking place, but I have seen a lot of deaths of, men with this particular gender. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. But what I would say, I would be paying more attention to my health and not so much into what a woman is doing, what she's not doing, what she should be doing, what she should go back to doing, which I don't get because the terminology I've heard in the YouTube streets is the women need to go back to the 1950s, or things need to go back the way it was in the 1950s. And when I hear that, I'm like, but the person speaking wasn't even born in the 50s. How you know what happened?
Exactly.
I don't know what happened. My parents would have known what happened, and I'm sure some people, grandparents, would have known what had happened. But I looked up a few things about the 1950s, and I'm like, okay, you want the 1950s? So you want the post World War II? You want that Korean War, 1950 to 53? You want that dawn of the Cold War? You want the Civil Rights Movement? Oh, okay. Segregated? You want that too, right? Oh, okay. So you're gonna go to the back of the bus because you know you were sitting in the back of the bus. So you want that too, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then as far as all this other stuff you have, there's no computers, no laptops, cell phones. You got to remove all of that too. You got to go back to the home phone. It may not even had home phones. Probably, I think I was supposed to look this up. They probably had the switchboard at that time. So you want to go there? Because since you want to go back to 1950s, everything has to be 1950s.
Well, see, that's
Factory
the
work.
thing, though, Shar. It sounds
Mhm.
like it got you until you think about it for a second. Here's the problem. The problem is that when you're talking about incels, let's first think about what it actually means to be involuntarily celibate and a virgin at over the age of 18 as
Okay.
a boy, as a man. Okay. Then you're 25 and you're still an incel. Then you're 30 and you're still an incel, right? And not only is your life experience proving to you that that's unlikely to change for you, you don't know how to fix it at all for yourself, right? And so at that point, um, since you're very concerned, you go online and all these people online tell you, well, listen, this is the problem. The problem is that all you pathetic losers, and that's every man on the planet, is always going to keep rewarding these women just for having a cooch. So, since y'all are going to keep doing it, these women are going to be spoiled for choice, and now that they will not be shamed to be sluts, well, the only solution would be is if we went back to the 50s. Now, here's the thing. You're going to lose some things that you have now, but it's okay because the women will lose it too. And that means they will all be dependent upon having a husband. No more will they be able to play these stupid reindeer games. And so all of you will have at least one wife and all of you will not die virgins. In fact, most of you would have already had sex with your wives daily because she can't say no because she's your wife. And that's it. And like they're sold at that point. Like you have to realize, like it sounds crazy, but they're sold. They understand everything you're saying. Yes, it's exactly what they want. Yes, they will go back to segregation and being second class citizens and losing the right to vote and whatever, if it means they have a wife and a family that they are lords over. Literally lords. No one can say no to them. They can kick that kick the dog syndrome. They don't care what the hell happens to the family as long as when they go into the house, they are gods. Somewhere they are finally men. Somewhere they are finally alpha. Because they're not alpha amongst men, obviously, right? Because they're not leaders. They're going to be not just that they're followers, right? Because most of society is. It's, there's very few leaders and then followers amongst men. But they're lower than followers, right? They're not even sub leaders. They don't have any thoughts of leading on their own and they're not good at it. They don't have the confidence. They don't have the wisdom. They don't have anything, right? And so basically the only way they will ever feel strong and powerful is over people who have no choice but to listen to them. Like, for example, their children and their wife who has no rights. So yes, they want to go back to the 50s. And that is the worst part of all, is that they actually really do. And the saddest part about this is that the segment of the population who actually really wants to go back to that and literally would trade all of the actual rights and advancements that we've gained, just as Black people as a whole, they would throw that all away. That group is getting bigger. And the reason why it's getting bigger, is because it's being sold to them. Right? They are being sold how to fail at life, how to fail at dating, how to fail at speaking to women, how to fail at becoming a man, how to fail at growth, how to fail at self-actualization. They are being sold how to fail in every possible conceivable way. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So they're not only failing, they're being told it's not their fault that they're failing. So they're never going to change up what they're doing because it's not their fault. It's the women. It's these goddamn modern women. If we just went back to the 50s, everything would be fine. You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying,
Mhm.
but that makes no sense to me. I mean, I get what you're saying, but that isn't problem solving. To turn back the hands of time would
Mhm.
be the answer. No,
Mhm.
that is not the answer.
Yeah.
People are creating things. Look at these millennials. They're creating things. Robotic um, arms, robotic things that will help with surgery, all kind of stuff. Kids are young people. They're making all kind of things. They're not turning back any hand of time. They're looking at the future. That's problem solving. That's where they're going to go. They're going to go into 2023, 24, 25. Why am I trying to go back? I mean, and that's not going to happen. That's the other thing. That is fantasy. As
Right.
women, we like fantasy. We like the man on the horse and pony or whatever. He's going to come and rescue us, and we're going to be in the palace, and he's going to come and sweep us off our feet and all that kind of stuff. That's the stuff that we like. That's fantasy. And we're being made fun of that when we're younger. The boys like, yeah, you're crazy, and all these type of things. But now they're trying to reverse the time, the clock. Why? I mean, that's not a solution, and that's unfortunate that that's
Mhm.
even they're being sold that. And I'm seeing that. I'm not even looking. It's just I'm scrolling through YouTube street,
Well,
replying to one thing, and there it is.
well, it sounds so silly for them to even, say that. It sounds really childish. I want to go back to the 50s, where women had to depend on men, you know, rather than saying, okay, well, now that, women are not waiting around for men to take care of them. Women are actually working and taking care of themselves. So now, instead of a man coming with his resources, of course, he has to have his resources, because, hey, be able to take care of yourself. But now you have to come with a personality and some character. Those are the dirty words. You got to have a
Mm-mm.
personality and some character. Your $100,000 or more that you're making a year, if you are that dude, it means nothing to a woman who already has got her own. She's like, so what? You know, um, the woman is not living in poverty, waiting for someone to take care of her. She's already doing it. So now that's what it is the divide, between men and women. I'm not going to even make this a black woman and a black man issue. It is a man and a woman issue. The divide is wide. The divide is wide between men and women, and it doesn't look like that gap is closing as modernization and technology and everything else progresses, because women at this point, you think women are like, okay, well, I'm just about to quit my job. I'm going to empty out my bank account and give it all to him, and I'm just going to go back to being a dependent. That's a hell no. Who's doing that? What woman would choose to do that?
Let me
But
ask
see,
you.
on the other side, that's sorry, but like that's what women are saying. So like, here's the thing, right? Because I think everybody's stupid right now. It's not just the men. I think everybody's stupid because that's basically what the women are saying. They're saying, of course they wouldn't want to do that and da 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 da. But here's the thing: they're not going to give up their financial freedom and whatever. But at the same time, they also won't date a man unless he can pay all of their bills and take care of them 100% and give them the life that they can provide for themselves. But when that man gets with them, they aren't willing to, in any way, shape, or form, contribute to that life that they're supposed to be building together. Whatever, because he's not much of a man if he can't take care of all of that for her.
That's
So then
crazy.
we're in yet another catch 22. This is why it's a zero sum game, and both sides have very reasonable, I think, complaints and arguments when you look at them, because everybody is playing a stupid game, right? So the men are saying, well, the only thing we can do is force them to be financially reliant on us, because all of these people are telling us that that's the reason why these women won't respect us or date us or love us or care about us or whatever, is because they don't have to, because they're not financially reliant on us, because they're not reliant on us to have a bank account or to be able to vote or to keep our children or whatever, right? Which is bullshit. But they're being told that it's true, and it seems to line up, right? Because if you listen to all the women say they don't need no man, right? They got their own, right? Every woman seems to be making 100K a year or more when you ask her. So I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's like both sides are capping in such a way that it's reinforcing the bullshit ideals and beliefs of the other side. And so it's like trying to come with some type of common sense, like, you're just going to be met with a wall, because they're going to say, yeah, look what all these women are saying, though. Go onto TikTok, go onto Facebook, go onto Twitter, go onto wherever. All the women are saying these things. They're saying stuff that just 100% reinforces the bullshit that these fake gurus are selling these poor young incels and just inexperienced dudes who really just want to live a normal life, and they honestly think they're going to fail forever. They think that they're doing everything right, even though they're doing everything wrong because they're being caught wrong and whatever. And then they listen to the women saying, you don't need no man. Every dude's a dusty unless he's making high 6 figures, low 7 figures, and da-da-da-da, and you're like.
But my question is, what's so horrible about saying you don't need a man? I think everybody gets so stuck on you don't need a man, and a man wants to be needed. Women want men. Women want men. There's no secret there. Women do want men. But when you say, oh, I don't need a man, everyone gets so offended. It is like, what? You don't need a man? I mean, if you think about it, want.
And I agree with you on one side, right? Because I say that all the time, right? You don't actually really want a woman who needs you. You want one who wants you, because the one who needs you is the one you're complaining about going on dates with you just to pay for her dinner, because she honestly needs someone to do that because she's going to starve to death without him. But think about as a woman, right? Like, as a woman, so you're dating this guy, things seem to be going good and stuff like that, right? Now you might want to cook him a meal, or clean for him, or do his laundry or something, and then you hear him constantly saying he doesn't need no woman. Like, just think about it for a second, how you would feel trying to do anything for this man, just overhearing him, not even say to you, just overhearing him say to anyone else that he doesn't need no woman. He wants one, but he doesn't need no woman. And the sacrifices you're willing to make, and you get down on your knees and make him scrub that place in the floor. He doesn't know how to get rid of that stain, but you do. Or again, like I said, maybe you ran some errands for him, maybe you did some laundry for him, maybe you rubbed his back, whatever it is. How willing would you be to honestly do any of that again if you overheard him, not even to your face, just overheard him saying, I'm sure I may want a woman, but I don't need no woman. How would that make you feel? Because I know how it would make me feel. Right? And it would make me feel like trash. And it would make me feel like there's no fucking way in the world, excuse my French, that I would be doing anything for that man. Because I would feel like a fool for doing something for that man. Because I want to feel invaluable. I want to feel like this man cannot live without me, and that he knows he can't live without me. And so all of my hard work and sacrifice and dedication and whatever is like beyond appreciated, beyond respected. It's needed. It's not just nice to have.
I totally get it, but there's a small little catch right there. And if it were my man saying he doesn't need a woman, or if I'm saying that and I have a man, he's right here, and I'm saying, I don't need no man, it's like, then there's something in that relationship we need to talk. Who am I saying this to, and who is he telling he don't need a woman, and I'm sitting right here? Who am I telling I don't need a man, and he's right there? So there's something within that relationship that maybe, those things should not be spoken or said, or there's going to be problems in the relationship. But if you're single, single woman, single man, and you're letting yourself fill up on all the negative garbage that's out there, meaning, oh, women are saying they don't need men. Oh, men are saying they just want women to cook and clean. there's going to be some animosity and some aggression with that. Now, within the relationship, the confines of the relationship, I wish my man would tell me that all he needs me for is just to cook and clean. It's like, excuse me. Or how would a man feel if I was just sitting there saying, oh, all I need him for is just the bills. Other than that, I don't want him. That's a disrespect in that relationship. But if you're a single person and you're saying, you know, in a nutshell, you know, I want a man, but I don't need a man, you know, because I mean, all my bills, I mean, I'm not needing a man to take care of my bills, you know.
But that's not what women are saying.
And
women aren't saying, but you're not saying, and this is the thing, right? They're not saying I don't need a man to pay my bills because I can pay my own bills. They're saying they don't need a man, period. What the hell do I need a man for? I don't need no man. And see, that's what I'm saying. What if you just overheard some dude you're not even dating yet say it, right? Would you want to date that man, knowing what he thinks about women as a whole, what he thinks about girlfriends, about wives, about women, that he doesn't need them for nothing? And if he does, I mean, I guess, you know, basically she could offer cook and clean, you know, stay barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. That's where women belong, right? Would you give that man a chance to see what he's about? Think he might be a really good husband, provider, and you might just love being with that man? Or would you just not even bother trying to give him a chance based on what you already know before you even talk to him?
If he's saying that, he's not even looking for a woman. So why would I even, you know, sign up for that? If this man is already saying that, I'm not going to get offended and get all angry about it because he says he doesn't need a woman. I'm just not that woman for him, because there is a man out there who's gonna, you know, think that I am the catch. It may not be him. So I would have to move on as an adult, mature person. You know, I can't get mad because this man right here said he don't need a woman. I'm like, okay, well, I'm good. I mean, that's okay. Why get upset about that? Now,
okay, I think that's fair.
My man, or the man that I am, you know, courting with, or you know, having dates with, if his whole attitude is stank and all sucky, that, oh yeah, I don't need a woman, you know, a woman can't do nothing for me, that's going to be a turnoff. No lie. That's going to be a turnoff. I'm not going to want to be around that man, because if I'm dating with a purpose, you know. But if I'm dating men who are constantly saying they don't need women, why am I dating you? I'm going to date a man who has a totally different attitude.
Right. And so see, that's what the men are saying. They're literally just saying the same thing, right? And so that's where I say, I'm like, no, they have I think it's a very reasonable gripe to have, to say, well, no, well, the women are just turning around and saying they don't need no men. Amen. Men ain't shit anyway. All men are dusty. Right? And it's like, you met her. You thought she was beautiful. You decide to hit her up and try to talk to her. Right? And then that attitude came out after y'all started talking. Would you want to keep talking? No. Right? And it's reasonable. And it's real. If you hear women talking, or just like we hear men talking about all women like that, right? Women are useless. We're too dumb to this. We're too dumb to that. The only thing we're good for is spreading our legs and cooking. I would personally, you might not be, I would personally be offended at that though, right? Because fine, you're entitled to your opinion or whatever, but you know, a lot of these dudes, especially like, you're just going to insult me. So when I say, well, no, sir, actually, I'm good for much more things than that. He's like, yeah, all you women say the same stuff about women. Excuse you? Right? I'm gonna feel away. I don't know. You might not. I would feel away about it, you know, even though like I have nothing to prove to that man in particular, but I'm saying I would feel away. And I do feel away when I hear these dudes, especially when they're young, just saying just idiocy about what they think about women, or a woman's role, or a woman's capability, or da-da-da-da-da. And it does. I feel away about it. So I'm like, if I feel away, then I can understand why they would feel away, hearing the same thing about themselves. Especially because, let's be real, if you're a 30-year-old incel male with no hope in sight, and then you're hearing women on top of that say, even if it's with the best looking guys or the richest guys, they don't need no man anyway. But what the hell hope do you have? You were sold your whole entire life that if you just go to school and you get that degree, get that piece of paper, and you start making $200,000, maybe even $300,000 a year, right? Then finally the women will just come flocking to you. And now the women are saying, I got my own honey. I don't need no man. But you're not tall. You don't have broad shoulders. You're not strong. You're not good looking. You're not that smart. You're definitely not funny. The one thing you had was you were going to make a lot of money. And now it's not even worth anything. So, and they're hearing that and they're being told that to their faces. And and there's young guys with no hope because all the places that should be telling them hope and should be teaching them something about social skills and social acumen and all the ways that they are failing socially, just tell them, nah, nice guys finish last. Women don't like nice guys, no ways. This is just how the modern woman is. These Becky's only pick Chads and so on and so forth, right? So, I mean, like, that's really why they're mad because they're hopeless. They just feel hopeless. And I understand why.
I would say definitely stop tuning in to social media because that's where it's all plastered right there. I don't now I can't really say 100%, but I have been at work and the guy came into the break room and he said, "Hey," to the girl, and she said, "How you doing?" And they started talking, and I didn't hear her say, "I don't need no man," and I didn't hear him say he didn't need no woman.
Right.
A guy, he liked my hair. I got my hair done, and he said hello to me, and I said hello back. He told me he liked my hair, and I thanked him. I didn't tell him I ain't need no man. So these things, I don't see them happening always face to face. I'm sure they do in some places, but not every day. It's mostly this social media thing, this rhetoric, just repeating the same thing, just like with the word modern. I'm like, everything is modern. You're living
Thank
in
you.
2022. So what do you mean? I mean, and
Right.
going back to the 1950s, you didn't have a washing machine. So you want to go back to washing your hands.
Washboard and a bucket,
Exactly. So, and then for the women personals, you want to deal with that. So, hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. A lot of social media talk.
I totally agree with that, Shar. I mean, you do mostly see it in settings on social media that this is what's being said. But like you said, in the break room, and he's like, "Oh, hey, Shar, how you doing? I like your hair. Hey, I don't need no man." Nobody is doing that. It's not just straight out like that. But and that's where I have always had the problem when I've come into this, YouTube thing. My thing is yeah, everybody has these opinions. You have camp A and you have camp B, but do people just meet normally? You don't meet a man and then look at him and be like, "Oh, he ain't no good," or you look at a woman, "Oh, she ain't no good." I mean, do people just meet and say hi and get to know each other instead of getting caught up in box A or box B?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, where do you don't you,
No.
at some point you get past that. Now, if you're in these social media, climates and you're hearing this, it is a major turnoff to hear dudes saying, "Oh, modern women are this." It's a turn, and it's a turn off for the men to hear, "Oh, men ain't nothing. They're this. They're all dogs. They're this and that. I'm not cooking and cleaning for no man." No man wants to hear that. That's a bunch of griping. Okay, where is the regular happy social talk? Why is everything always so divisive and negative and just, what you ain't gonna damn do, when you get in a relationship and it's like, okay, I just met you. I'm not washing anybody's dishes or drawers on the first date.
You
That's
wash
not
them.
going down.
You wash them underwear. That's what you do. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Now the other thing that I find, the people, they just pretty much sell the soul for $1. Now I get it. A lot of people online, they don't have income, and this is the way they make money. So the drama comes, the more BS, the more super chats you get. That's just the bottom line. And then you have the people that join into it. Oh, you told him. Oh, you told her. Oh, she this and she that. And it just, go on, go on. So um, you got a lot of that. Now, as far as the free money, if you will, now there's going to be some taxes going to be charged for that. So those that have, what is it, assistance, um, now they're going to be taxed. It looks like they're having a job. You're going to get that 1099. I can't think of the letter, but you're going to get that saying, hey, you earned some money. You got to pay some taxes. And I have seen an application where they have asked on, what was that, Department of, what was that? I was helping someone with, what was that, for medical. And I can only really speak for Illinois. They were asking, were you filing taxes? Were you expecting a return? And I found that very interesting, but it makes sense because people are making money in different ways. So they're saying, hey, I need to look at your income to see if I'm going to give you that um, food stamp, that medical health care,
Mhm.
and things like that. So the government is looking. So I say if you're going to sell yourself for that dollar, you better sell it all because you're going to pay. You're going to end up paying. It's not, free money anymore. They're, Uncle Sam wants his share now. He
You know
wants
what?
his share.
People say free money all the time. Is there ever really such a thing as free money?
It is at times. You can do a lot of stuff under the table, but now they're trying to tax everything. But yeah, I know what you mean when you say free money, but you weren't taxed with everything. That's why it was a big thing some years ago about the hairdressers. They were saying, "Oh no," because they were about to get hit, and they were trying to figure out how they could tax them in such a way that they get their share. So they're trying to get their money. I hear something. Zero. Hello, Zero. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, Char, how
Hey,
y'all doing?
Zero,
I'm
how
Ruby.
are you?
Hey,
All right, all
Brandon.
right.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, Char. First of all, thank you for the years of you being on YouTube.
Why,
San
thank you.
Diego.
I tried.
Um,
I did. I did.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have hurt no one intentionally. May have disagreed, but
yeah,
I've done nothing to anyone to out them or nothing like that. I'm a person of integrity, and I came in that way, and I'm leaving out the same way.
yeah. I heard that.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how much you've heard, but I went down a little
Mm,
YouTube history, just some, and we're just kind of bouncing back
Yeah,
a few ideas back and forth. Um,
yeah, yeah. I heard most of it.
oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like, like a lot of the guys and that, like, it's like one thing I've kind of noticed, like when they having conversations with people, it's like when they're talking to you, even when you're trying to, reason with them, it's like almost like, it's not you they really talking to. And I honestly think a lot of these guys have like these arguments in the head been that's probably been, based off of talking points from social media, and they already had like this argument with this imaginary woman that they're expecting, to meet. So when they
Hmm.
talk to like a woman that's not like what they think a woman how they're gonna act, it's like I mean, it looks like oh man, he's going off on her, but he's going off on this imaginary woman. He ain't going off on her really. It's the it's like they already had they already had this argument in their head before they came on here. And I feel like that's what a lot of them do, because
Hmm.
I'm like they got to be having a imaginary argument in their head, like to just be still stuck on that, and then like not even listening to any other point. It's got to be.
There's a saying, I think it's called "If you know, you know." I think that's the saying, and if
Right.
not, I'm making it up. But um, I sit and I don't, say everything that's on my mind or what comes to my mind. And I do know when it comes down to a serious relationship, someone where you live with them, and you had mail going to the same address, You wake up, smell each other's breath. You find that
Ooh,
he left the toilet seat up. He missed a bill, you missed a bill. I'm talking about relationship. You know the things that happen. You know the conversation. You know whatever the frustration, the disagreement, the agreements, the arrangements. You know those type of things. You have experienced it. And when you hear some people talk about just throwing talking points out there like that fresh and fit guy, the I don't know which one, the lighter one. He
I
just
don't know. I don't know which one of them are.
yeah, the lighter one. He has he throws things out real quick. Women this, women that. He just throws it out there because he's just repeating or regurgitating talking points. It has nothing to do with life experience. It's
Right.
just okay, I got this list. Let me read it. ABC.
Okay.
And you can't dispute the
What's
list.
your grade?
The list is what it is, and the list is it's all true. It's all fact. You know,
Right.
there's no disputing it. There's no loopholes in it. There's not a breach anywhere in that list. That this is what it is. And you know what? When dealing with dudes like that,
Mhm.
it no, I'm not doing it. That's just like taking my head and ramming it into a door. Not that no, I'm not gonna go chase a headache. You know, he's those types of people who do that, they're not talking to get an understanding. They're gonna
Right.
throw out these 20 points. This is what it is, and there's no deviation from it. Doesn't matter what you say, you can bring in a briefcase full of stats and say, oh no, based on this and based on that, it wouldn't matter because this dude is dead set, hard pressed to go with these 20 statements and they're being fact. And of course, there's a monetary,
Mhm.
reward for someone because the more you get people to believe these things, you know, or
Right.
if they kind of thought it and now you're saying it'd be like, oh my God, I felt this and he's saying it, it must be true. This is fact, you know.
Yeah, you go to think about it. You stream to stream. The title may be different, the thumbnail may be different, but the subject is the same. So it's repeated so much that you just automatically repeat it. What was that thing on YouTube that people were repeating? I really don't want to mention that darn Monahan report. What was that? It's something
The Raj Report.
50%, whatever the number was, it's some number that went around for a couple of years that black men didn't have children. And
Oh,
everyone,
most black men do not have children.
Come on. Oh, talking about 50%, 52%, like fathers were like in a home or something like that. I think that was the
something
statistic.
like that. I don't remember, but yeah,
Some
that.
dudes were saying 80% of black men do not have children. And it's just
Oh,
like, come
wow.
on, can
Okay,
you go,
well,
sir, go sit down or pull up the stat
Yes,
that's
the
showing that.
80-20 rule. 80% of fathers are, or 80% of children are fathered by 20% of the black men.
Yeah.
but
I've been
think
waiting
about it.
all 6 years for someone to show me stats on that.
But
Yeah.
think about it. Everyone, you've heard that, you've seen it typed in chat rooms, you've seen it in a super chat. It just was repeated over and over again. You just saw it. I didn't accept it, but I read it and I saw it. I'm like, oh, okay. But what was interesting? There's a lot of different things that I watch, and that is, I would say, court TV. And some of those guys be looking kind of rough. Parole board hearings, these men be looking all kind of ways and they have children. So I'm like, this is a huge number of men that have children. And I can say none of them I'll just say out of 100 shows, maybe one guy say he didn't have any children, but the other 99, they had some children. Some of them look like, kind of rough. Some look, all right, but they all had children, all different
All the criminal men, they all had kids.
all kind of money, some had some money, some had none. Some had some education, some had none. What was common, they were black men. So um, that alone just proved that the numbers that were thrown out there for years are not true. I'm like, when will they update that, statistic, if you will? When will they
Girl,
update it?
they
When the
there
sister
won't be
talking
no
to
men updating that. That's for sure. It's not going to be any men updating that because when they get stuck on a fact, girl, it doesn't matter. The end of the world could come, and they're going to still stay stuck to that fact. It doesn't matter.
like I said, like the only time that fact is, only time they'll change the fact if it suits their talking point. That's it. If it ain't gonna suit their talking point, you can forget about changing that fact.
And we say fact with quotes around it because it's not a
Yeah,
fact,
yeah,
but
yeah, air quotes. Yeah, air quotes.
quotes around fact.
Well,
I remember one time like I had like went on the panel and I was it was cool and like had like one guy came up on there, he was talking about like the whole passport thing, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever, and I gave a little suggestion. I slightly disagree, but I was like, still do what you want to do. Gave him a suggestion, and man, did that little suggestion turned into a whole argument. And I was like,
yeah, you can't disagree. You're gonna get doxxed and talked about and show your money and all kind of stuff. That ego gets, ooh,
Show your money.
yeah, it gets a little rough around there. Can't disagree now. Watch it. Now, speaking of
okay.
money, I want to tell you guys to be careful because fraud is on. It's already here. If you've seen my shows and you saw where I'm showing you different things, articles and stuff, it is happening. The fraud is on top of the fraud. I mean, what I might do, because I'm just a person that loves to share information, I might get a list together just to let you know what the heck is going on. But what I want to warn you about is um, the accounts that you're not using on your phone and computer, get rid of them, eliminate them, get rid of them, let them go. Because there's a lot of information that has been compromised, and a lot of people use passwords that are similar or if not the same. Well, people got that number or got that password or whatever, they're going to play around with it on different accounts. So things that you're not using, you don't need, or even that you have, change those passwords because they are out. I kid you not. It is really rough out there.
Oh, that's the thing that scares me the most is identity theft.
Yeah, it is no joke. I spoke with this guy. Um, they had his picture because he was a nice looking guy. Had his picture on, created a Facebook page, had him as somebody else, soliciting different things. And it had been, I think he told me it was 3 years, and he is still trying to deal with that. He was upset with the fact that he knows that they can trace the IP address, but won't. He had told me, he said, it's funny, you can be doing a stream or even a post on Twitter, and they can remove that real quick. They can suspend your account, but yet you can't tell where this identity theft came from, the person who posted this stuff and created this. I said, oh, you got a point there, sir. You got a point. So the conversation we had made me, think of some things. And I said, I was going to share with you guys because we do have some old accounts we don't use. I'm sure people have some, I don't know. I'm not going to go back as far as AOL, but you may have, I don't know, some people not using Yahoo anymore or what's the other one? SBC Global or whatever. A lot of people not using some of those old accounts. Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
Yeah, I remember like seeing a Dateline special where Chris Hansen was like, looking for like, people who were like scamming and all that, like overseas and all that. Even when they caught them, they caught them red-handed. There was nothing they could do because I guess like some by international law, they don't have nothing, no laws to really punish somebody who commits a scam from overseas, from different
Mm.
countries.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that is something else.
So, all they could do was just expose him. He couldn't. They couldn't. The police couldn't do nothing about it or nothing. It was.
Mm. Wow. Welcome to the panel, Chaos. How are you? Happy New Year to you. If you're Eastern, Happy New Year, everyone. That's
Hey,
Eastern.
Chaos.
Hey, what's good? What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? So the year in reviews, man. Overall, Shard, what do you take about 2022 over from your point of view?
Let's see. I will say that everything is the same. Nothing has changed. People are not serious. They're not moving forward. And there are some people that were humbled because they saw the death of a lot of YouTubers. And
I think we had 3 this
we
year.
have
Was
a
it?
total of 4. We had
Oh, was it 4?
Beasley in January. We had Kevin Samuels in May.
Who was the one in January again? That died?
Beasley.
PC. Oh, wait, does he do content
I
on
don't know
YouTube?
about them.
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. You probably was an older man. Okay, continue.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
And Kevin Samuels in May.
Yep.
Alan Roger Curry in November. And then Sinful P in December.
I think Sinfield died a month after Alan Roger Curry, because they say he died November 28th. And I'm sure Sinfield died that same day, just now, the month that just ended.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And there's a lot of speculation what the cause of death is, but like I said, we live the fast life. That's the possibly end result. No pun intended. He has some interesting messages. I do check his channel out sometime, but overall, when you live that type of lifestyle, there's nothing really good in the end. There are some people that are pimps that come out of it somewhat unscathed, but some they will die prematurely. And at age 38, same age as you, Ruby, yeah, he had more life to live.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm just looking at that. I didn't reach back and go to the other guy, the one with the clock ticking.
Oh, you mean let's say David Carroll that died last year of the 21st?
Yeah,
Right. I didn't name him, but I don't think it hit them until Kevin Samuels. After that, people start paying more attention, getting a little bit, just, and I do mean a little bit more humble, because I haven't been hearing as much of the winter is coming and all of that. After June,
nonsense.
after June, they like, oh hell, winter is here for men. Oh, we better be quiet.
Okay, can I ask Chaos and Zero a question?
Yeah.
Now, this question pertains to Black men. I'm not a Black man, so I can't necessarily answer it. But with regards to Black men, and you two are on the younger spectrum, I'm just assuming, I don't know exactly how old you are, but I'm assuming the both of yous are in your early 30s. You don't have to tell me anything. I'm just saying. So at this point, you guys are Black males and you are in your early 30s. And yet we've seen, we've just spoke about 5, Black males who have passed away in the last calendar year from December to December. We've talked about 5, content creators of, various ages. Now, most of those dudes outside of Sinful the P, he was 38, 39. The other gentlemen were, in their 50s, not quite 60. So I'm going to say between 50 and 60. And not only have these men passed away in the past year, there have been several high profile celebrity men, and this is not a celebrity conversation, but, these Black males who were between 50 and 60, like Coolio, just passed away. And, my mind is blank of all of them.
DMX.
DMX, yes, the Black male celebrities. So my thing
He died last year in 2021.
So my question to you two gentlemen, do you guys feel like there's something there with Black males dying at 50?
Well, we know that they always said the average now, and it's always spectacle about the average lifespan of men in America. Roughly, we could say rough range 70 to maybe 80. Caucasians, they might push to 80, maybe good. And some Black men is supposed to be around 70. My thing is this, with all the weight coming down on Black people as a whole in America, your life is very uncertain here in this environment. I mean, you can do the best you can, your health, try to reduce your stress. But as long as we live in this type of environment that put the constant stress for our daily existence, nothing's really secure for us. So the time that men make in this life, make the best of it and do the best you can, and stop fearing death. Death is the occurrence of life. We try to prolong it, but if we get that out of our state of mindset, we do what is needed and be as productive and do the best we can as men, everything else will follow suit. That's my rationale to give you the answer.
Zero comment.
I never really thought about it that much, honestly. I guess probably
young, Zero. That's why young folks don't tend to think about it. But my thing is that with you being in your early 30s, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to interject this. Let's say, if the trend, is the trend, you got 20 more years, before maybe some stuff might start happening. And my thing is that where I'm, alluding to is, how about some preventative care? Not the pseudo, drink this vitamin water and, you're going to, live to be 100. But I'm talking about some serious, care for your body. Going to the doctor, your annual physicals, going to the dentist, that sort of thing. And I'm thinking a lot of these males are not doing that. And that's where some of that issue is coming from, because there's no preventative care. But yet and still you'll see these same men sitting here talking about what modern women are doing and what they shouldn't be doing and how they should be doing this and what they need to do to make things better for men. But men, in my opinion, need to focus on some self-care.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm saying I ain't really think too much about it, it's more like because I got what I got going on life. I ain't got time to be worried about what everybody else is doing. I mean that's just me, 'cause like. But like even with what I got going on, I always try to make sure that try to take care of everybody when I can. But other than that, I look up news. I don't really pay much attention to it, honestly. Like unless I just happen to run across it somewhere, I'll probably be like the last person to know.
Yeah, self-improvement is shoot, the women probably just the ones watching the men exercise and give tips and stuff. More women probably watching, but I'm sure there's men that are watching. But if they're younger, not necessarily. I think if a man is middle-aged, I think his views would be helpful, especially if he was to travel and do some type of touring or one-on-ones or stuff like that, I think that will really get more men involved. They'll pay more attention because they're like, oh, he got gray hair. Oh, he's balding or whatever. I think more men would pay attention.
But you know
But
that
we'll say,
most people ball early now. Char. I know
hmm
some relatives that ball early before they even hit middle age. Some balling as they touching 20. So I
wow.
can't. Yeah, but ball is not no old age. People ball, men. If you notice, most men, even non-black men, they ball. At an early age, just like black men. That's why you see a lot of them that cut their hair
Mhm.
and bald head because they got bald spots. So it's not really a middle age thing when it comes to baldness. But
Yeah, things are
to
changing.
add on, I see Super Trez in the building. What's good, Super Trez? Surprised I can see you here in the this chat room in the stream house, but I can't see you in the YouTube. Interesting. But like I said, and he's right. We don't know the cause of death, but we should always be mindful to do better health wise. I think, like I said, the stress of the world and how most black men think that life is uncertain, and the history of the medical establishment, they don't see the necessary value. Hell, think about it, ladies. When men talk about even the this necessary of the health, I remember one guy that has a channel that I was on there, Big Dude, deal with men's health, exercise, how to get better body, what to do with eat. I mean, it doesn't get much attention. And the reason why, because most men, like most people, anything that deals with health, finance, etc., is not of really liking. Because
Self-improvement.
yeah, it's all of that. Where you want to call separate, their figures are a necessity. Because in life, they already, unfortunately, checked out. Now, if they were getting the results here in this area, we in this western region, a lot of them will probably focus on it a little bit more. I mean, a woman would assist it a little better, but they'll put more emphasis. But if you hear the conversations and you know it's better, Char, you've been in space longer than me,
hmm
that the biggest issue a lot of men complain about is to get the results without doing just the bare minimum work. And I do a lot, but just doing enough.
Just
Um,
talking live. Hit the link and
even that some of them are afraid to even make approach. You hear someone say, "I want the woman to approach me." I mean, I said, "Are you a
oh
woman?"
wow,
Yeah, you hear these conversations. Yes, yes, but
oh wow.
it goes to show you that they've been.
Any of them got a pension?
No, listen, that's
No.
the result.
Okay, just
This
ask.
is me. This is me. This is a result when you're not around enough men,
Shoot, I'll ask.
you're not been given to responsibility where you've been raised. Rest sure as around your father for a remainder development of your life. When you've been around one gender for too long, these are the schisms that in the line does happen to a good portion of the male population. You get me? Because now they think it too one-sided, and they think because I should be like a woman, I act and behave. So by default, it should be the reverse. And we all know that that's not going to give you the same results. You're a man. They're going to look at you different. You're going to move differently, So you think that woman's going to approach you like the opposite. She has to be the aggressor, and that you should be doing is a problem. But like I said, we gotta be honest. And I see art. What's good art? But really, truly, moving forward, right? Some of these content creators are still around, or they eventually meet, untimely, deaths and stuff. They gotta make use of the time they have right now and put a content so people remember on something on a positive note. Now with Mr. Sinful Pete, I never cover him because I can't cover most content creators that I could say overall have a positive note, regardless they said some good stuff. Because the track record, once you're gone, the thing they're gonna remember is not gonna remember the good message you put out. They're gonna remember the case, the things that led you to what people are expecting and give the bad rep of all pimps. You exploit and use women. And that's not a thing that you want to be remembered as. So all the things that you said that might be present and good for the building of your self-esteem and all that stuff. But when you look at overall track record, let's say you're just like one of the low lights that the community does not respect.
Okay, that's
Yes, but
interesting how you said that the males are spending too much time together. That made me go, interesting concept. Wouldn't have heard it
yeah,
anyplace else but from a man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm gonna
Well,
hop down, but thank you for having me on.
Super Triss said I code switch. No, Super Triss, I'm Chaos Rain. I move and flow as I see fit. I cannot sit there as I come in
Yeah,
other
that's
spaces. I have to carry myself a certain way. I can't sit there go hard out. Yeah, if y'all know me long enough, you know what I'm saying? These bitches, they need to die. No, that's not me. And even my name doesn't match the way I move,
All
unfortunately.
right.
Hey, Shaw. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. I'm
Anytime.
gonna hop down. Yeah, and thank y'all ladies for having a conversation with me.
All right. Happy New Year. See you
Yes.
All
guys.
right.
Enjoy the new year. Take care and be safe.
All right.
Oh, what? But I do want to ask you ladies a question. Did y'all cover this scene with Andrew and Brittany on the
No,
show?
I don't know nothing about them. I never met them before.
Okay,
What
all right.
what did you want to ask about them specifically? Because I don't know these people.
Man, that's gonna be hard, Shark. You don't know. Well, I could probably. Well, I think you. Do you know Ruby or Yolanda? Y'all know? I don't know if I should quite ask. If y'all no. I mean, I don't think I want to invest more time because you gotta get familiar. And I can give you like a quick background, but you have to watch it to get more of a feel. One thing I will say, because a lot of dudes will still complain about this, that these women are taking over the space and they're getting more attention and more of the money than these dudes that have been putting the content for years. And I'm thinking, saying, if the message was so strong as it stands, begging would not be a necessity. The men that sit respect and watch your work should be able to give you the necessary funds to keep what you're doing going. Since it's necessity for black male content creators, for black media.
Let
But
me interject right there, and I'll let you finish, but I just want to
okay,
interject.
okay.
When it comes down to women in a space or whatever, men want dialogue with women. They say they don't, but
Mhm.
that's what they're talking about. So if I'm a man and all I do is say these women this, these women don't do that, they need to do this, blah blah blah. I'm talking about women. I do want a woman. That's obvious. I mean, there's no one that actually can say anything different because they're like, why is he always talking about a woman? He say he don't want one. He been talking about one for 5 years. Well,
Right.
he wants one. So when the women come around, what do he do? He watch
He
what
said,
she say. Oh, she said this here. Yeah, she called us dusty. Yeah, that, blah, 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 blah. So the women are in the space because the men want that dialogue. So that's what I would say with that.
okay, okay.
Now you said the second thing about the men don't have support. Is that what you said
Well,
after that?
that if you notice, you hear the conversations about more men that watch and consume the content should more support black male media, which I have no problem. I agree with, but it shows that if what you're saying it holds relevance and
Mhm.
it's really sticking in the constant tell that they have to support and tell people every time the ones that support or watch it that if you had to keep telling people to support, then obviously they don't see what you do as valuable enough to throw your money in. But if it was the opposite sex saying the same talking points, like the one they talk about Miss Pearly Fangs or any other content creator, and they throw their necessary funds, it tells where the men are heads at. But like you said, Shar, most men need a woman. I am not gonna I will have to wholly agree with you that. You get me? So they're gonna put the money where the mouth is to impress on the set or the right set of women at the end of the day. So
Yeah, men desire women all day long. I mean, they could say they don't, but either you got two choices. Either you desire the woman or you are into men. It's just one or the other. You
mm,
just,
Okay.
you're not fooling anyone. It's
yeah.
one or the other. Men or women, which one you want? Oh, you're talking about women all the time? That's what you want. You're just not getting what you want, but that's what you want because that's all you talk about. As far as with the content with men, they get the support if they have the bells and whistles and stuff, and they say what men want to hear.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate that all the conversation is the same thing. I'm a woman. I don't find us being that complicated. It's only there's 365 days in a year. If you say one thing about a woman each day, you have covered everything in 1 year. So why are
Mm.
you still talking about women 5, 10 years later? Didn't you cover everything that first year? Because there's nothing left. You said what
Yeah, you're right about that. I ain't gonna
sleep,
lie. Yeah,
what she
because
looked
Repeating
like.
the topics. The topics start repeating.
Yeah, there's nothing new. You just change
nothing
the
growth,
words
man.
around.
I like I said, this YouTube thing is very challenging, and I get it. And I always say you have only two options: either you put the content that you feel is in your heart and what is really worth of substance, or you be slaves of the algorithm. So,
You're slaves of the algorithm if you're here, because there's nothing here. I mean, everything is relationship, relationship, relationship. That's it. You have to get out of this algorithm by just starting a new channel, going somewhere else, getting some other flesh and blood. Because if you just go with being here, you're gonna get the same thing. You use those same points. Talk.
mhm.
What is it? Talking points. You use the word modern, black. Uh, 304, any of those things, they're going to put you right on in the zip code of um, 102,
It's,
304, or
it's
whatever.
negative matrix, right?
Right, you're going to be there. That's what they're going to put you, because they're like, oh, you let's lump you over here, because that's what the content is, whether the person doesn't want it to be or not. Like myself, I don't mind. This is where I started.
Mhm.
My support is my support. I accept it. It was a challenge. They said I was told or encouraged, hey, go ahead and do some content. Hey, Charwilla, when you gonna do some content? I'm like, I'm more of a background person. I don't really say much. Oh, come on, come on, come
Oh,
on.
they kind of beg you to do this. Say, I
Yeah,
can't really say I don't want to do this. I got more better things to say. Come on, Char, you're so important. You support. You give men some good advice in the chat room. Just do some content, and lo and behold, they had to string you along and pull you and say, all right, and that's all right, fine. You pull me in.
right. And I did so, and it was okay for a few uploads, a couple of live streams after that. If I wasn't talking about TNA all day, and that was it. And I understand, and I don't regret that, because this is who I am. I can't I don't have anything bad to say with men. I like men, and I cannot lie. These other
Mhm.
women can deny. I'll be lying, so I'm not doing so. I love men. I love biceps. I love triceps. Oh my God, I love quadriceps. Good Lord.
But you got to repeat that again
Woo!
with the sir mix up.
Biceps, triceps, and quadriceps. Oh, I love them. They just beautiful. I mean, so that's what I'm into. So I don't have bad things to say about men. If it don't work out with Joe, I go over to James. Don't work out with James, go over to Larry. I
Just
don't
move
have a
on.
problem, and I'm real quick with knowing if you on some BS or not. I
Mhm.
smell it. Danteezy can tell you, like, oh, she gonna
You're like,
break up with
did you step in something?
him. Right.
Let me see the bottom of your shoes.
And then
Exactly.
I just see it, say, oh shit, gotta go, gotta clean this off, man, and start over. Matter of fact, I gotta throw the shoes. Matter of fact, you can't clean up, man. Throw in the
Yeah, you
garbage.
just get in and get out. I mean, you have I call them spidey senses, but we do have senses as women. It just a lot of time we just fight it because we like the guy, he seems interesting, we like the attention, etc., etc., etc. And we get caught up sometimes. But you have to just get rid of that, as far as like, the guy said that he has a car, you ain't seen it yet. He's lying to you, he's trying to impress you. If he started lying now in the beginning, he gonna lie tomorrow and next week, and what else he lying about? Okay,
Mhm.
leave him alone. And you just have to walk away. So not everyone is willing to do that. They're like, hey, I ain't had no attention in a long time. I just never had those problems. I guess if you look like a hood rat and a hijab, you had those type of problems. But I never had those type of problems. So I just meet them and greet them, and keep it moving.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right again.
I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Char Willie, man. Just keeping it real honest, man. Say your spice sense is strong. I see your Willie sense is strong. Willie.
And then I realized after the year 2000, I need to see your ID, because more guys were going to jail. And in Chicago, the STD rates went up. And I'm like, I don't know if it's true about what they're doing in jail, but I need to see a driver's license or a state ID. If you don't have one of those, then something wrong. you're not in
The system.
my class, so
You're not
I
in the
gotta
system.
go.
You're not in the system.
Right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have no ID or driver's license, you can't even apply for this position. It's like, come on.
Exactly.
So you be doing, but you know how Chicago is, how rough it is. Chicago, man. You gotta hustle, and men find ways to hustle. They hustle hard, man. You know, be honest with you, I met some very interesting people that I've met in person or met online. That is from Chicago. You know, we know Kendra D's in Chicago.
Mhm.
A lot of good, a lot of great people in Chicago, man. A lot
Okay.
of good people, man. See, one thing people don't understand why they demonize Chicago, because it brings out the best of Black people, men and women. I mean, they get their culture, they get some real deep knowledge. Besides the hotep, the ones they talk, I mean, just like general stuff, like real stuff. You get me? It's not
Mhm.
an easy city, you know. That's
It
why, you
is.
know, if they ran all the Black people from Chicago tomorrow, it will be a dead zone.
Mm.
I'm dead serious. See, if there's nothing to talk about, and there's always something to talk about when there are Black people around. But once Black people no around there, what are you gonna talk about? Who are you gonna talk to now? You gonna talk about yourself? Cause you're boring. You don't. No one knows what Karen's talking about all day. Go sit your body down, Karen. No one know what you're doing. I want to know what you're doing. I know
Mm-mm.
what these people are doing. That's where it's at. That's why they can't keep their mouths off us. They can't keep their attention. The same with Mr. Tate with the arrest. I mean,
Mhm.
I didn't cover it. I talked to my other good friend, Mr. Brown, about this, and me and him had to agree that there's some things stirring up, some
Uh-huh.
some great propaganda, some distraction going around. Because to find that he was on this particular podcast, also now he getting arrested. I mean, there's something much more bigger than what it seems. So, like I said,
Oh.
I don't want to give more attention than it needs to, because we already know what he is already. And don't get me wrong, the guy says some good things and some off-wall things. One thing I find interesting with Mr. Tate, that
Mhm.
I did not know his father was a chess master, and he was as good as chess. And one thing I say, and I wish I learned how to play chess at the time, but you know, I never was into it. That every young person should understand the game of chess and play it.
Yeah, I wish I would have learned earlier too. I didn't.
Yeah.
If y'all don't stop acting like y'all can't start learning chess for
I
the
mean, we
new
could
year.
learn now. I mean, but at times, you know, it takes time, dedication, and you know, because it's one thing I will say with chess, it has to make you think how to make your moves properly. And every Black person, if you're not thinking properly, I would say, and you have kids, that would be the best thing. If anything, if you're not developing their critical skills, have them sit down and play a chess game. It's going to condition them to start think and every action they take.
Mm.
And remember, it is something that we create in ancient time. You know, where you think they
Oh
got
yeah.
this? Yeah. Even the old pharaohs, they had it, you know, with the statues of, you know, Imhotep and all that stuff. From what I'm noticing,
Oh.
and there's some. I don't know if I had a book that talks about it. It might be in one of these books, but I remember, was it Browder? Somebody talked about it, but this is what they found when they discovered chess. So it goes back in ancient time. So
Oh wow. Yeah,
yeah,
I didn't know.
yeah.
I used to be really good with checkers, and then I started playing some kind of way you give it away.
Mm-hmm.
And once I did that, I lost my mojo. So I'm like, oh well, I'm not good at checkers anymore. Used to be really good, but oh well. I unlearned what I learned. But
Mm-hmm.
as an adult now, I really don't like games because a lot of them are not fair. And I don't mean like checkers and chess and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
What I mean is some of these games that they have online, they're not fair. So I don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't even get involved. And I hate when you have stuff if you go to seminars and different things they have at a job and they try to throw a game in there, I immediately go, oh boy, here we go. And I guess I'm like, oh, I sit in the corner like I do not want to play. So I will volunteer first and get it out the way. I'll announce that I am not good at games, but I know you're going to want me to play as an employee. So let me go first and get this out the way. But Yeah, I don't follow a lot of the folks or whatever. I'm not really interested because it doesn't do anything for my life.
Mhm.
I'm trying to get a pension. That's very important to me, and knowing about Tate, Brittany, and anybody else that does nothing for me. If I see a title of something, I may read it or a post, and it goes in the back of my head, but I don't investigate it like, what did he say? What did she say? What is he doing? What is she doing? Because those people are out my reach. I don't have to work with them. I'm not buying anything from them, and they're not buying anything from me. So
Mhm.
I normally don't pay attention to a lot of that. And you can even kind of tell with my channel, I never really talked about a lot of stuff like that because
Mhm.
I don't know those people. I don't know them.
Uh,
That's what is that? Oh my goodness. What is that child name? Sierra. I'm like that Sierra and Russell, and I would see different comments and stuff. I'm like, dude, these people have they met? I mean,
but you
they
know,
were like they knew them.
but you gotta understand, Shar. A lot of our people, men and women, they live vicariously over these celebrities. That's why they keep putting them in front of us. And if you're a person that's not paying
Mm.
attention, or you just don't really consume anything, that's why I'm kind of glad that I don't really watch TV in over a decade now. And
Oh, okay.
besides the internet, that's the only maybe form of television for now, and I'm very selective. But the point is this: that they have to keep throwing these people in front of our face because a lot of us think that we're going to be that top person, living beyond our means, instead of in reality that we're not making these people money. And the people that are selected to make this money, they got even more problems. You get me? You hear someone once their career's done, they go flat broke in less than a decade. So, like I said, they put these
Hmm.
up front to keep the illusion going that this is Black America, this is us, and it's not. Everybody go for their own problems. People got real struggles, you know. People work for a living, you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm assuming it's just try to get people mind off of their life, but
And it's not doing
like I
good by
say,
me.
when that clock change, when that year change on the calendar, and I see I still don't have money in my account, that meant nothing for me to know what that person said, what they ate for breakfast, if they got divorced, who cheated on who. That meant nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, yeah. But you got to be a seasoned woman to really get this. Not everybody's gonna get this. If they're a certain age, they're gonna still follow the illusions. So like I tell people, say is people that's older to really still give that certain uh reminder to the youth or people that's in their 20s this so they get it understand. If they don't get it now, they eventually gonna sit in a few years. You get me? Because life matters. And you know what I'm saying? You always got always question everything you consume. That's is it really beneficial overall in the long term what I'm doing in life? And the answer is no. That's you need to stop consuming it. Matthew, you should be question everything that's put in front of you. You get me?
Hmm.
But like I said, it takes people to reach a certain in my opinion, a rock bottom state to really start really doing some serious reflection. I mean, as you know, this is
Yeah.
now, this is now the year now, the three, like how it was on the 8th, separate from 5 years when it prepares for any downturns. It's always by the reaching as the end of every decade, we get these downturns every so-called 10 years. So usually once we start hit the three, is now we're supposed to see the real effects and eventually we will recover, but it's going to take maybe on the average. I'm just guessing 2 to 3 years at best. But this is the year where it's supposed to really we're supposed to start really feeling it. Unfortunately,
Hmm.
unfortunately,
Okay.
I'm just guessing, but I
You're
think this
speculating. I hear you.
yeah speculate because if like when we had the financial crisis of 2008, um, we felt that, and then we did eventually recover, but it took like to the middle of 2010. And then now we're at this again as 2010 era ends, and now we're at this point that we should be start feeling it. You know, I told one dude that does tech
Hmm.
that the Android bots, the one that I think a woman crate that was likely of her black friend, female friend, when they were going to make this in development back in 2018. Lo and behold, I'm
Mhm.
just gonna give you a little snippet. They got a movie that's coming out next week. That's
Mm.
that same remnants. And they said in 5 years, they're supposed to soon start marching these type of things in. And lo and behold, we have a movie that's gonna promote some that is supposed to be that type of bot. An android look like.
And what this bot's supposed to do?
It's supposed to be a companionship, a friend. It's called Megan.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yes. And I was trying to look for the internet to find that same article, that video that were talking about making these type of real type of AI, like that's like looks and feel. And wait,
Mhm.
that's some of the production, like a little doll, a special doll,
Mhm.
like. And lo and behold, and mind you, they talked about it, but it never got much attention because, like I said, it's not put in front of ether, in front of thousands and potential millions of people. But if you put it in a movie, now you bring the possibility that said it's probably already here and maybe it's already rolling steam in a production rate and the probably is complete. Because usually before you sell anything, you had to give the ideal it exists. And the best way you had to give the imagination, and you do that through the movies. But they've been talking about this 5 years ago. I mean, 4 years now, 5 years now, coming in 2023. So now, once the movie comes out, and people, and mind you, it's getting some interesting buzz right now that say, I give it less than a year. You're going to see them start talk about more and have some in production already. That they so
Mm.
I'm just giving you a little snippet. I might do content. So yeah.
I was wondering because I used to hear talk about um automation and stuff, and a lot of jobs will be lost. And I said, okay, I understand that. And then as some time went on, I'm like, well, what about the taxes? Because this world, the government, is dependent on taxes. And I'm like, you can't tax a bot, and the companies, they're already getting all these tax breaks. And I'm like, how is this going to work? So that's some.
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a good
Continue.
question.
Continue. I want to hear this. Sure, go ahead.
So I was wondering, how would that work? Because if, let's say you have a layoff of, let's say Google, because that's been
Mhm.
going on. So you lose uh, 10,000 people with Google, and you
Mhm.
got bots in place to replace what they would say 1,000. They have 1,000 bots that's supposed to work for these 10,000 people. Well, how do you tax the bots? How do you tax the company? Because you're going to need that revenue um, for the government. They're going to want that. So the company they don't want to pay no darn taxes. They're like, I don't want to pay that. And you can't, there's no way for you to write it off. And you can get some incentives for being, um, what is it, clean energy and all that kind of stuff, but you're not going to get that many. So I'm wondering, where is that going to go? Because you're going to need people to buy said product. If
Right.
you let go of 10,000, you may get maybe 500 that like your product that will spend money, but you've lost other people. They're not going to buy your product. So what happens there? So I was thinking about that. I'm like,
Mhm.
this is going to be interesting.
I mean, I wish Cerulean was around because usually he gives update on a lot of things, but he's yeah.
Yeah, I look forward for him to do the next budget for next year. For I think he'll do it in February. He'll get a chance to read it and do it. I'd be so excited for that because
Did he confirm that with you? That he
no,
will.
but I'm pretty sure that's what he would do because he does that every year.
Okay, fiscal year. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
and I look forward to that because he started in 2018, and everything he said, I was able to get ahead of it when he talked about the transportation, the water, the uh, energy. All that stuff went up that year, and I was able to, get prepared for it. So I look forward to see what else is coming down the pipe because now we have a lot of people coming from other countries, and
Mm-hmm.
they're in different places. Money is being funded for them.
Right.
So that's another question. What happens for them with the jobs? My understanding were they were here to work, okay, but goes back to the automation. Is it how does that work? Are you going to pick certain people? Well, you're from another country, so we're not going to let you go, but you that were born here, we're going to let you go. How is that going to go? Because there'll be a lawsuit.
Well,
We'll catch on.
my thinking is this, and I got to go back to replay this because you said something very on point, and I'll probably look for someone that does taxes to really see if there's any change in the bill of way how these corporations are going to still get away from paying taxes in regards of if they're going to bring in this type of automation. And mind you, automation is already here, as people know. It's not going; it's already here. The only thing we're going to do is only going to accelerate, and it's going to really depend on how much the government's going to slide through. Because when you take away something, you have to replace it,
Right.
obviously. And I hear a lot of these dudes that said that they don't want UBI and all that stuff, but I'm saying these things are going to put in place because if you don't have these in place and you lay off a certain wrong crowd, someone's going to buck. Remember that thing that happened on the Capitol back in 2020 in January 6th? What happens if you start laying out these said people in the thousands that have?
Yeah.
The reason why they went up there because they don't want to let this guy go, because they think if he's go that this is what's possibly going to happen. Okay? So now, if you make more the cuts, right? You got to replace it. Now a lot of people said, "Well, you could just outweigh, you could be honest, you could just build your knowledge up." And you don't understand. There's only so many positions of jobs. You get me? And they keep pushing the boundaries. Hell, they did this with us as Black people. They say sometimes tell you you're qualified or you're too qualified, or you might this, that, and they still. So imagine now they start cutting and saying now we have the machines, the AI do all this work. You're not going to entrepreneur your way automatically just right there when things move this fast. And these same corporations are already protected by the government because they don't pay no tax because they already got majority of the money. So now it's saying you're just collecting money. Cause think about it. People that really get taxed, let's be honest. Since we're having this conversation, it's really
the people.
The working people are being taxed. So now, where are you going to tax more people if they don't find work?
Exactly.
But see, these are the questions we don't ask. Now, I'm glad that you bring this up because if I had this conversation with men, you think they don't really have this really honest answer? No.
They're gonna say it's the modern women. See if the modern women and the modern women and the women and the women and.
But women work. They always work. So.
Well, see, that's the problem. They don't need to work. See, they need to go back to the 1950s. See, and that's how, and go back to the 50s, and then that'll be everything all right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Man, I'm glad. I'm glad my content is not always on one side. I try to mix up as best possible, but shit. I think once I get over this hump, I might start doing different recs with the Chaos Major. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking about right now. How many more? I think I have 90 some more weight, but I have to deal with the watch time because I made a conscious decision of 2020. I was not gonna really think of monetizing the channel, but I said now I think about it, I say maybe want to hurt a little bit just to get it out the way, and if I do, I can probably think of some other things and then work on maybe another channel that I have on or another channel and move on from there. Besides what I'm normally doing, but really, truly, it's already stressing that doing this content now on YouTube for now it's now 4 years now because it's now January. I started in early January of 2019, so it's a lot of work, man. When I think about it, if there are things could I have done differently, personally, I can't give you an answer because the content I decide to do is either going to be hit and miss, and it's sometimes going to be friendly to the algorithm or it's going to be unfriendly. Because I'm a person, I'm not a giver to really just follow the trends,
Okay.
I'm very selective of what I play. If I play video, I'm very selective of that. I try to come transparency from the dome of my mind and try to express it. Try to be something that's somewhat original. I can't just do what
Mhm.
everyone else doing. And a lot of people's growth is different because you look at how people grow their channels. It's like it's nice you go for this, but at the end of the day, what is it about you? I come to Char Willie, this is her. You get me? You might come in,
Mhm.
this is me. But you see anybody else that does different? And think about it, we do live streams mostly. And I've done some uploads now. I'm done a lot, but I'll do a little more
Uh-huh.
if I can. But mostly, majority of the content is usually right there in live and in front of your face. No edit.
Yeah, that's what people watch though. They don't really care for anything recorded unless it's shorts now. But other than that,
And the thing with the shorts, and I might do a stream focus on it. What I've concluded about shorts, if you don't link it with how children behave in the classroom, that's how you look at shorts today. Less than a minute. You can't keep still. You can't. So now, what happens to the population of people
oh my
when
goodness,
they only
funny.
consume content that's less than a minute now? You're breaking your children. Have you ever think about that? You ever know?
I guess that is true. Yeah.
So think about it. What can you absorb and learn in less than a second? Less than a minute?
Modern women need to go back to the 1950s.
And trust me. Some people have banked real good. If you know, Angerman has banked very well with the shorts. It got him to where he's supposed to be now. That he should have been, he said, 5 years ago. You get me? But like I said, everybody takes advantage of the new things that's presented on YouTube. I'll tell you one thing: the shorts YouTube try to follow with TikTok will never be successful like TikTok because
Yep, that's true.
when TikTok first really started to take steam
Hmm.
because of the Chinese app, they decided to really fool certain things algorithm wise when it presents them on the website. Well, I mean, case in point, you know that you cannot play music for a certain period of time. And what people gravitate the most, what they see and what they could dance to or move to, music.
Right.
So what you do, since I could have people play certain professional tracks. I cannot trip it if I go over a certain time limit. So that's where they
Okay.
got the concept. And remember, they said this is on Venmo. They decided that instead of doing things like everybody's 5, 10, or 15-minute videos, let's do some under a minute. And when we do it, we say you could play music.
Hmm.
Now, when you see when people do that, you ever notice if you go on other websites and they put that out there, you never notice that the thing doesn't go muted on Facebook. Everybody's on Facebook. If you play music on Facebook Live, they will tell you say this is copyright, and then some of your thing will be muted.
Yeah,
You can't do that when it's under when you do it under a few seconds.
I stopped streaming on it. It wasn't even worth it. I said forget it. When it
Yeah,
went down there because I had
because
music on there.
the rules said that if you play anything a certain timetable, that is considered copyright. You get around that by keeping it very short. Just get to the point in less than, let's say, 30 seconds. Now, some copyright music will still be in play for every music because some music, if you go by, let's say, 5 or 10 seconds, that might hit it. That might hit it, depending on the brand of the catalog. But most music nowadays, they say, screw it. It's not that worth nothing. You can go, if you go past a minute, we won't hit you. That's what was known for TikTok. That's why TikTok went from what it was back in 2016 and they rebranded to TikTok around, I think it was 2019, 2020, one of them years. And within over 2 to 3 years, they have gotten 1 billion users. They just hit this mark last year, 2021. So they watch it and they notice that there's other applications out there that's competing with other websites. So the only thing YouTube is doing now is they're hurting themselves because they're trying to put more restrictions just to compete. Now, not just with the regular websites like IG or TikTok, but they're trying to be like Hulu and all these other brands. But they can't because when people come to YouTube, they always come to do two things: be entertained or what? Solve problems. If it's not entertaining or it doesn't solve a problem, it's not YouTube.
Okay. Now you spoke of music, and I put a topic in here so I wouldn't forget it. What is anyone's opinion about the sale of people's catalog? That has been a big thing as of late, and I think Justin Bieber was one of the last ones. What is going on with that?
You mean the music catalogs? You mean artists selling their catalogs?
Yes. What is going on with that? I didn't look into it, but I know there has been something that's been happening as of late.
And the masters, my thing is this: either they've been duped or pressure to sell their catalog back to the corporation that signed them, or they're not making much money off their catalog. It's one or the other. It's hard for me to
give both.
And I think it might be both as well. I remember my friend shared me something about Michael Jackson on IG, and how at the time when he was starting to reach his highest peak back in the early 80s, from Off the Wall to the best album of all time in ever, the Thriller, he was asking the same lawyer, is there any way I could get control of all my music, meaning the catalog? And the lawyer said, yeah, we could do that. And he was able to pull some strings with the guy that he was signing, and he decided, because he did so much money, he decided he just said, anything you do moving forward, Michael, it's yours. So he gave Michael majority catalog back in the early 80s. So mind you, that was a thing they were trying to fight him, because they said he was having financial issues, right? Back in 2000, late 2000, right?
Okay.
Because they want back the catalog, because the catalog in their mind is worth more.
Absolutely.
And Michael said, I'm not giving it to you. So they had to put these things on him. And he said, okay, you're in finance. The only way for me not to even look into for you to pay your debt, you owe us this. So he said, if I do this tour in Europe one time, I know I pay off debt, but I'm set for anything else. I'm completely free. And lo and behold, he didn't get to that point. And when he died, you see now Sony got control of most every artist's rights, including Elvis, everything. So I think, like you said, Vonda, yeah, it could be both.
I know.
Now, I think Suicide said that some of the catalogs for most artists that they produce over the years might not be worth nothing. But I think if it's not worth nothing, why are these same industries want it back?
Exactly.
No, that's it. And I think that's bullshit. I think it is worth something. Any artist that has a history, may have been, a one-hit wonder in the 60s or in the 80s, if they have a history, they always can recycle and bring that back and throw it into a commercial, throw it into a child's movie, and it resurfaces all of that. Everything music-wise has been recycled and has resurfaced. So what it has broken down to is that these artists will have this run, 5, 10, 15, 20-year run with this legacy of music and works behind them. And so the people who signed them, the people who are their boss, wants to at some point get this catalog, this series of masters back from them, because may this person accidentally pass away, or something happens. They want to be able to control that, because look at what they did with Lisa Marie. Lisa Marie Presley got her dad's catalog, but she turned around and she sold it. To me, I think what they're doing to these people, they come to them and they say, hey, and this is for people who outright own their stuff, because what they're doing is they're trying to make it to where people don't outright own their stuff from the gate. But there are some people, they slip through the cracks and they actually own their stuff right out the gate. And so they come to these people and they'll say, hey, I think they make them an offer that they can't refuse. I'll give you $100 million today for this catalog, or in 5 years, we're going to put this scandal on you, bankrupt you, and you're going to be broke and probably die of a broken heart or an OD, in the next 5 years. So which would it be, 100 million now, or death and destruction in the next 5 years?
And Vonda, let's and this is a very good in-depth conversation, and we gotta get out the spooktism. We gotta be honest. That think about this, and it goes back to TikTok. Do you know most of these songs that were not really that circulating, but all of a sudden you put it in that form of TikTok, now people are trying to look for the song. I remember certain songs I know exist. I miraculously start coming around it through TikTok. So now we think about, now let's say these catalogs people own and these music not being played for a while. Any application that someone likes and they play it in a short will research that artist and some of their music. And that's money right there. So really, this is a business executive move to say, you're not supposed to own anything. So the people that got control of it, and I remember Lil Wayne had control of his rights
his catalog too.
and then he had the soul back and it said for money. And I'm saying, why you need money? Now, mind you, let's be honest, a lot of these dudes, people are not really good with money. So if they're not understanding the business side of things, then yes, obviously they're going to sell back their rights because, like I said, you don't know how business work. And most of them, they sign and it's be artists and they produce or whatever for years and don't know how the business side of things. So if you don't know the business side of it, you're going to sell back anything. And some of them will sell the stuff back because they do need money. Now, some that know that it's worth more, then yes, they're going to use other sadistic means to get it back. You get me? Yeah. So at the end of the day, a lot of things can be recycled back in the internet. Hell, if you think about the metaverse, which y'all are not familiar with, I heard some people are making money off of that with some of their music. So it seems to me there's many ways they could still reclaim or make something if they're not relevant over a short period of time. And the music companies, because like I said, they don't make much music now. They make much money like they used to. But for them to make something nothing, they got to get control. Say, we're going to find some of the outlets to put your music out there. I need to make a buck off of something.
Regardless, when you have an established artist, it's not hard. You know, if anybody had Prince's masters, anybody would be a rich person.
Yeah.
If they had his masters. So when you start hearing about people saying, I own my masters, or they sold their masters, that is perpetual income, residual income that constantly is going to keep coming back. And so that is where, you know, in essence, you know, you would have what they would call generational wealth.
Yes.
A music catalog can create generational wealth for great grandchildren. But they don't want the artist. They're getting it to the point where they don't even want the artist to be able to have that. They want to be able to have that residual, perpetual, endless income for their company and leave the artist as a broke, struggling artist. They start out as broke, struggling artists, and most of them die broke, struggling
artists. Yeah. But it lets know saying overall, it's not that us as people can't get generous wealth, but because the environment we're in, they are perpetually prevented with our knowledge and understand how the game works. That they rather you work for free and die and keep the going, keep them survive. It's like a parasitical relationship. It has to keep going. It's not supposed to nonstop. And this is now, a lot of people understand this is now by choice now. You get me? Because really, truly, a lot of these corporations, especially music business, should have been out of business a long time ago. But the reason why they stay around because we still give these things life. You get me? No other groups who buy our music, but they understand that we the ones that's even getting some residuals to the music that's still out here, you know. So, like I said, the older musics have more value, and they want to control it because they're gonna recycle it to better use. And a lot of artists that's not understand business, you're going to be broke in the long run. You get me? I remember Barry White one time said about the business side of things and his complaints about music back then. I remember I did a stream on this with him, talking about technology, automation. He's been talking about this during now 40 years ago, back in 83. So, and you know, he died, of complication of the kidney, right? But the point is this: he knows the importance of the business side of music, and he tried to understand as much as music possible and understand the business first. And a lot of artists, if they're going to do this, regardless of age, if they're going to be making money doing music, they're going to have to really understand business concepts of how the music business work. Hell, Master P knew this before he started doing music like this. You get me? he was more a businessman before anything else, and people don't really take credit for that. You get me? Because he before he even create No Limit, all that stuff, he went and found some old books about how music works, the business side of things, and applied it.
Oh.
Well, the deal that Master P garnered for himself with that distribution, they'll never let that happen again. That was a pretty unheard of for an artist to do. And when he was able to do that, I'm not sure exactly the how he was able to do that, but him getting the distribution deal that he got with that you'll never see it happen again.
No,
you'll never see it happen again.
And not only that, here's how deep the game how they changed it on us, Wanda. Remember when 50 Cent started to make more deals outside he was on the label? They now have to really change that up and make what they call 360 deals, because 50 Cent was leveraging and making a whole lot more money besides him doing his music. Because if you look at the first album that sold multi-platinum stuff, ever since then, no other albums he did that did as well as the first album. But he's such a business savvy dude that he knows the business side of things to where how he can still make money while it's the unlabeled side where he never was going to struggle as the music start to run its course. And they didn't like that because he was finding ways to still make more outside labels.
Well, a lot of the artists will figure it out. Once you come into the music industry, they own you. If you're not independent, they own you. And the thing is to be able to get out from under the company and do your own individual thing off of your fame and who you are.
Yep.
A lot of times when you start as an artist, they own who you are. They own your name.
Yeah.
They own your likeness. They own, the green hat that you wear all the time. They own that, know. So it's a dirty business. Music, the entertainment industry is a dirty business. And, I encourage, and think a lot of artists should just stay independent because, the biggest commodity, for, Black people in the United States is music.
We've been entertaining the white folks forever. And we have been there entertaining forever. Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest commodity that we are, and we don't own any of it. We don't own any of it, and it is a huge billion-dollar industry. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking just off of the sector of Black people. Yeah, just what we do. What Black people do. I'm not an artist, I'm talking about me. But what Black people do, and it's like, and it's a shame because we don't even own a crumb from the a slice of the pie. We don't even own any crumbs from it. We own nothing. You start with nothing. You have this, opulent life for 20, 30 years, and then you die broke and your kids are working at, Walmart.
Yeah. Well, way how they want to position a lot of people here is to be perpetual workers and not own anything. I mean, if you notice what's going on, even with the housing thing and stuff, that they really try and make it less harder for you to really own anything. And it's going to come to a point you're not going to own anything at all in this country in maybe another generation or two, if not careful, people not really paying attention. Because when they talk about say that we as people might not have the wealth in the next 31 years, or actually 30 years now, I think I'm right, because no, actually, 31 years now. Yep. Because they're positioning us now, and they're hoping by the 2053, if we're not bleached out and mixed up too much, that we might not possibly. You get me? Because that's like a whole generation and a decade, and down the line. You get me? But it's like I said, they're trying to position not us but everybody, because they knows that now there's not much necessity people. So what they're gonna do? They're gonna hurt people systematically by tampering with environment so much that it's gonna make people react irrational. So now when you're acting irrational, now you're not gonna see who's pulling the veil over you, the real things now. So but yeah. Think of TLC, Tony Braxton, James Brown, Little Richard. Even Little Richard, when he didn't own none of his rights, and Michael bought it and sell it back and gave it to him for free. You know,
These
so
people, they know they don't have anything, and I was just thinking of seeing some of the old pictures, or the stories that they would do in like the 90s and 2000s of these artists, and all the music you would see and hear, and you hear them in commercials and everything, and you would wonder, hey, these people are doing fine.
Nope,
But you
baby.
even got Janet Jackson going on tour this year because she needs some money.
Thank
I
you. And
said,
she about
Lord.
60
wait,
years
and
old.
you think she would learn? Well, let me stop. Not everybody's gonna learn what Michael done, because I don't know if they're afraid that someone have to, but they didn't understand when they gave the whole family roughly over $250 million. It's really an insult because they need to sign this so they can get all the rights. That means they own back the Elvis, they own back the Beatles, and you said Lisa Marie got Elvis masters, right? Lisa Marie.
She sold them. She sold them back.
But when she got it, I didn't know she even had it.
When her dad died, she inherited her dad's wealth.
Because I heard that
but it-
Michael
but
owns
it-
the masters of Elvis albums. Michael Jackson. That's why
if he did, he got it some kind of way through Lisa during their marriage. But from my understanding, their marriage, it wasn't weighted. It was supposed to be, this lucrative thing, but it wasn't as weighted. They were, two very famous, musical backgrounds, both of them. But I was under the impression or understanding that Lisa did get her father's wealth, meaning his masters and all of that, and she sold that mess back to them. She sold it back. So she does not have that. It is corporate. She does not own her father's. She doesn't own Elvis.
Yeah, well, her career wasn't going nowhere, so
yeah,
and wasn't too much, I guess, in whatever divorces she had. So hey, she's like, hey, I need some money. Here, take my daddy records. I want to sell my daddy records.
Yeah, she basically sold her daddy records back, and she took that check, and she quietly living her life. If she still had that money, I think you'd be hearing about her in the tabloids. She'd be ODing every other day, and boating accidents and plane accidents. Who knows?
Yeah, I gotta talk to someone because someone told me about that. We gotta talk about that, but that's something new. But he probably would know more because I don't think he's in the part of the business, but he follows these things still. But I noticed that Michael owned a lot of masters, and I think the reason why she married him because she really wanted to get the master from Michael, and Michael said hell no, so that's why they didn't go through, which was smart on his behalf, But like, because see, Michael knows the value of the masters. That's why if you look at it, it makes sense he owns half of Sony, more than half of Sony, because he owns most of all the catalogs. You get me? He did this behind it.
Michael learned. He learned, and he was
okay.
He's a pretty.
He learned from the white people,
Yeah, he got the Beatles.
And they ain't like that.
He had Sony, and that's major money. That is major money. And they was like, what? Who does he think he is trying to? Oh no! I mean, the same thing with Prince. I mean, Prince produced all of his own music. He got to the point where he wasn't taking the advance. Oh no, keep your advance. I'm gonna do the album at my studio. And so that became his intellectual property. That became his. They didn't like that. They were like, oh no, you need to bring that in so that we can. No, he's like, no, I did it in my studio with my tape. In my, this belongs to me. And then everybody started fighting with him. Like, okay, well, you know what? You don't own your name. We own Prince. So he put that slave on his name, and he called himself the artist formerly known as Prince. And I mean, I didn't understand that then, but I understand it now.
Right.
But think about this, Vonda and Shark. When he finally got to own it, he miraculously died. And people not really paying attention to say, and let you know these artists are not free. They are slaves to to the music business.
They absolutely are, and once they figure out that that's what it is, a lot of them going into it don't know that, but once they figure it out, it's already too late. You already have a career. You already have been established who you are. You can't start over tomorrow. Like, okay, I'm not going to be Prince. I'm going to be Queen. You know, you change your name.
It don't work like that.
You're going to be a flop. Yeah, you're going to be a complete flop. It's not going to work. So you built on your blood, sweat, and tears. You built this name. Michael Jackson, his name has a status behind it with regards to music. When you hear Michael Jackson, you think in your mind, you know, hopefully you don't think, you know, his past, you know, from when he, you know, right before he passed away with, you know,
which they tried to bring back up a few years ago, you know, and I get why they'll do it, and they'll use other prominent Black people, men and women. I think Oprah was one of the more sensitive one to bring it up, but I see why they do it now, because personally, you're gone now, but they got to keep demonize you for a reason, just to set the example. That's what I'm getting at. They keep demonizing him to set the example. But think about it. If he really did what he did, let's say this, right? You would not take this long to cover it up. But because he makes so much money for you, and this is my thinking. If you're in this business, they got to have something on you. It's evident. Because they got to use some leverage. So anytime they're ready to collect, they got this on you. You know? So it is a dirty, wicked business that you cannot come out as unscathed.
Yeah. And speaking of unscathed, here's my impression of Janet No Singing Jackson.
Excuse you. Y'all ignorant over there in Chicago this New Year, huh? Imagine that Char has to be making fun of Janet great singing Jackson in order for her to finally not be tone deaf. Y'all see it? Y'all see that's how great Janet Jackson is. Okay, she can even make Char sound good. That's right. That's right.
Singing,
right, great singing Jackson. That's right. Thank you, Vonda. Thank you. So I'm just saying, my apologies, everybody. On an unrelated note, my phone was overheating in my rather hot house, apparently. And yeah, so it wasn't charging. And then I was trying to fix that problem. And then finally it was in the freezer, but then it died. It was a whole thing. And then finally came out of the freezer, and then it still wasn't charged. It was great. But we're here now. Okay, I'm ready to rally if everyone else is ready to rally with me. So let's rally, guys, rally. Everyone's like, well, we didn't back out.
You meant a whole lot, Ruby. We were talking about some good things. I'm not sure if you caught anything, or you just want,
I don't want you to give me a recap either. So we're good on that. But yeah, no. So
yeah, we were talking.
With that being said, oh, is that what we're doing? I thought we were gonna talk about, the space or
yeah, we can. I have one more thing. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay. This is going into the space. The topic of reparations.
Okay.
How far did that go?
Oh.
That was a circle jerk for years, and it just went around and argue, and I don't want none. You don't deserve it. You don't need none either, and all that. We can start there.
Yeah, well, that's the same as every other damn argument in this space, right? Is that you had a bunch of people, and I'm going to be real. I'm going to tell y'all, this is the basis of everything. This is why you're going to see there's no advancement anywhere, okay? It's a bunch of lonely-ass people, right, who don't know how to solve their own problems and need to feel self-important, intelligent, special, like a hero, something, So they come to congregate here amongst people that can fulfill those feelings for them, right? But in truth, they know that for the most part, they're frauds, and they have no idea how to solve any of these problems, nor do they actually have any real tangible idea how whatever solution they propose would actually work out short term or long term. So, as a result, nobody, I won't say nobody, the large majority don't mean anything they say. They don't. They are saying things for clout, for attention, for validation, for whatever, right? But they're not saying anything because they've researched it, because, you know, they have several classes they took at some point that educated them, because boots on the ground. No, it's not because of any of that. They don't know anything about reparations. They can't even conceive of the concept of reparations, okay? They can't. So basically, it's like, I want to be really cool with Group A, and Group A is anti-reparations, so I'm anti-reparations. And if I want to be really cool with Group C, and Group C is pro-reparations, then I'm pro-reparations. And that's all there is to it. So that's where the circle comes from. Yeah, no, seriously, it's all bullshit. None of these people, I realize that. And because I'll say it was many people told me one after everyone kept telling me, Ruby, stop trying to help people, stop trying to educate people, stop doing it because these people don't care. And I'm like, that's not true. The majority care. No, they don't. No, I realized that they don't care. And it was having my own tragedies this year that really opened my eyes. The fact that these people don't care. They don't care. They don't know. None of this really matters to them. They're not willing to invest a damn iota of actual energy or time into any of these things that they want to sit there and argue to the ends of the earth about. They heard some dude say something once on some stream that sounded semi-logical, so they're going to try to repeat it as best as they can remember it. Like, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. That's why we are just in this giant circle jerk for year upon year, and then it suddenly changes for no damn reason, and then it's another giant circle jerk for a while. Like, content creators this year talking about how all women are going to be replaced by sex robots and all that crap, right? But those same content creators who are pro the sex robots and women are going to lose men and whatever, well, 5 years ago, those content creators, the same ones preaching this bullshit this year, okay, were making fun of the incel group that were talking about stuff like the sex robots replacing women, calling those dudes gay, okay, for saying that sex robots could never replace a real woman, okay?
That
the
is
dudes
so
this
funny.
year, girl, you had to be there. It was crazy. The dudes this year, you had to be there. The dudes this year preaching against women with any kind of curves at all, right? I'm not saying like super morbidly obese or whatever, because I'm not pro that, but I'm saying, you know, just like women who are just like, you know, they curvy, they're a little bit bigger, sure, fine, whatever, right? But 5 years ago, these men would sit there and be, God damn, look at that woman. She's so sexy. You know, these dudes who want such a skinny woman, they're basically gay. They just want to. That's what they were saying 5 years ago. Now it's all, these fat black women. That's why I want a white skinny woman, right? Like, bro, you don't mean anything. You don't mean anything you say. I don't believe you anymore, because y'all can switch that far on a dime and be calling dudes gay 5 years ago for something today you're gonna be preaching about. Like, what? No, it's all bullshit. All bullshit. Sorry. I don't believe anybody. I'm so disillusioned. Y'all, I want to show y'all need to go back to 5 years ago, okay? 2017, and go see little Ruby, okay? And her little wide-eyed puppy dog, naive self. I believed everybody. I thought everybody was for real, okay? I thought everyone was being honest. They were properly representing themselves. They believed what they were talking about. You know what I mean? They were invested, right? And they were really making moves in real life to make these things happen. Like, it wasn't just a bunch of noise or trying to be cool at the cool kids table online and reliving high school guys or any of that, right? Poor stupid Ruby. Like, I honestly believed everybody, right? So like now I see it and I'm like, oh, I was an idiot. Yeah, that's what happened in reparations. I know that's gonna be my answer for most of these things, but yeah, that's what it is.
Well, what I've learned from watching, you know, people each year saying this is what's going to happen, And you like really brought me back when you're like the sex robots, and I'm like, damn, I really forgot all about the sex robots coming, because they were supposed to replace us. The sex robots were supposed to replace, the unruly, woman who didn't want to compromise, and be there for her man. And then after that, it was winter was coming, and winter hasn't come, and I don't know any of these dudes that have a sex robot. So it's like none of their predictions are past or panning out at this point with just those two. I'm like, you would think if that was the case, then all these guys they'd be happy because they got their sex robots. None of them have a sex robot, much less a actual female, in their lives.
So you mean they couldn't even buy one? That's a shame.
Though the sex robots were too expensive. The $25, sex workers too expensive. And the sex robot that you can have, 24/7, 365, those are too expensive. So it's just cheaper to pay your internet bill and complain about women on the internet.
Now, I did ask some questions because I was curious. I asked questions. I wanted to know about how the voice was going to sound. And I was told that they make the voice, they can have it recorded. A woman actually says it. And I said, well, what will it say? Because just like a movie that you watch over and over again, you know what the next line is going to be. So I was thinking, just me, that it was going to get boring if you knew the robot was going to, or the bot was going to say, the doll was going to say within 1 minute, "Oh, it's so big, Daddy." The next minute, you knew that same doll was going to say, "Give it to me, Daddy." And then the third minute, hopefully you get that far, it was going to say, "I can't take any more, Big Daddy." So I'm like, wouldn't that get boring to a man? Because I know that would get boring to me. Give you a quick story. I'll go ahead and share. I can always edit it out. I asked this guy, I said, "You know how to talk?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, okay. Should I tell you what to say?" He like, "Girl, please." Well, it was like that darn bot. It just was the same thing over and over and over again. I just put my hand over his mouth.
Oh, God.
So if I'm turned off as a woman, just imagine that it's just my imagination. I don't know. I just was wondering because I couldn't imagine it. I'm like, but okay, do your thing. But as you said, it didn't come to pass. So, oh well.
Sure, that story was very disappointing. I'm so
Shoot,
sorry.
I was disappointed.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm sorry
terrible.
you had to go through that. The minute you say you had to put your hand over his mouth,
I put my hand over his mouth. He just kept repeating the same 3 phrases
girl,
over and over.
putting the hand over the mouth, that's like a automatic knee lock. The knee is automatic knee lock, and forget it.
Yeah, it was awful.
I don't want to play no more. I'm done.
Yeah.
Time
Take
for
my
you to
ball,
go.
go home.
Yeah, take your ball and go the hell home right now.
Yeah.
No fun. No fun. Is that music?
That is music. And let's see if he's echoing when he unmutes. Greetings.
Am I echoing?
You are not.
Music.
Hi,
How are you?
Happy New Year, everybody. I just came up here to make a quick citizen's arrest. The music sent me up here. The music police sent me up here to get you, Char.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They sent me up here to get you. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Come on. They sent me finally. They found that warrant that you had up for that no singing Janet Jackson campaign that you was cashing in. We're not going to allow that to go into 2023. So they sent me up here to arrest you. Come on. Come on. Finish the show.
But I just said one song,
No.
No,
We're
no,
not
no,
going.
stop.
No, we're not gonna have it. And
No.
speaking about them, yeah, them three, those three syllables, those three phrases, yeah, that would get boring after the first time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially if you know that's what the darn doll is going to say.
yeah,
I mean, just think
yeah.
about it. You know that's what it's going to say. Eventually, you're going to like, this doll is boring. I don't like this
Yeah.
doll anymore. I would assume, and I just put myself into play. So I don't know, but I did ask the question,
Mm,
and I didn't get a straight answer. I guess maybe they couldn't, you know, imagine that, but
no.
They didn't,
Because
they
Shark,
didn't
you
think
can
that far.
play.
Oh, yeah, they would start
Okay,
beating
sure.
on the rock. They would just beat
General
on it.
consensus
Like,
is I got to lock you up. Come on, let's go.
Mm, no, see, that's the problem. People who get some people who never had that issue, they can't answer what would someone who's never gotten any, what would they actually get bored of? I mean, they have probably been imagining the same thing over and over and over again, right? For
mm,
their entire lifetime. So
Yeah,
would they get
yeah.
bored of actually hearing a female voice say the things they've been imagining in their head? Maybe not, right? If that's your only option, that's the best you've ever done and the best you can do. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe they'd be all right. Like
My my thing was, wouldn't that plastic get cold sooner or later?
they said they had heat. I think
well,
I did ask
actually,
that question. So,
yep.
When they got built-in heat, you got to
Mhm.
plug it up, warm it up first.
um,
Yes, you can, and you can put the lube in there, and then it will warm up the lube, so then it's very hot and wet and tight. Yeah.
Mm,
yeah,
Like
that's word
no.
on the
the
street.
virginal. Actually, the funny thing is, I saw. Okay, there's a website. I'm gonna find it for y'all in just a second. I'm just cooking, but I'm gonna find it and I'll put it in the back. Now it was literally clearly written by an incel, and it was like reviews of all the top sex robots, right? And there's like a bunch of them, and it's
Mm,
clearly written by an incel, and it's the creepiest descriptions ever. It's like the creepiest. If you want to know how perverted these 30-year-old never been touched dudes are, you gotta through these descriptions of what they came up with for the various dolls, right? So like even like the way that one of them was written, the schoolgirl one, the way it was written was very clear that even though they were using language to try to make sure, oh yeah, 18 or 19, right? But they made sure in the whole rest of the paragraph that they just said, when you want to sleep with a teen girl, but that's what they kept saying. So you're like, you're not talking about
mhm.
18, 19-year-old stuff. Right? Yeah, no, it's creepy. It's really disturbing, actually. And there's a lot of them. It's not like a couple. I remember when I did a review of it, like maybe 15, 20 years ago, whatever. There was one. There was Hot Roxy, the talking robotic sex doll, right? And it was just like, holy crap, it was really bad. But it was better than I guess the torso that they used to have, right? They would have like that torso. They had boobs and like
Plastic.
a few holes. Yeah.
What- Just a mouth open and red lipstick on it. Here,
Yeah, right? You're a flashlight. God
right?
damn. So, I mean,
I was,
in comparison,
I would
like
imagine
at least this one
you
had
right. That's you can get the same
right.
much fun as that, but a beach ball, same plastic.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Wow.
saying, right? So I'm like, in comparison, it was like, okay, this is an improvement. But now they've gone really, really far with it. But then it's not just about the American market. Like, as much as we like to make fun of the American incel because, well, it's hilarious. The truth is, right, that we know that there's much bigger markets that are investing in these things, right? So, like the Asians, right? Like, how many things did we review? 2, 3, 4, Shard, that were just all about solving male loneliness in Japan and China and those places? Like, those kids are
Mm,
lonely and they're alone and they need it. They don't have a loose culture, as quote unquote, as they like to say, that we have, right? The women there are
uh-oh.
not giving her and and being hosed like we are over here in the Western world, right? So as a result, they're not getting any, like, period. Unless they get married, they're not getting any. So therefore, their only option is some type of, doll or other type of companion. And that's why they built a hand that you can hold while you're walking through the city that will feel like you're holding someone else's hand. That is how lonely people are. They can't even find someone to hold hands with. Like, dude, that will let out the smell of shampoo and stuff. So you feel like you walking with your girl. Like, that is how lonely Asian men are. You know, and like researchers, the fact that researchers are investing so much into solving the loneliness problem. Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean,
You
our
said
insults are
oh,
sad, but
How do you solve the loneliness problem?
apparently with hands that pull you when you're in a crowd so you don't feel alone, and
Oh my
big
goodness,
toe.
that is so crazy.
they have a marketing
Mhm.
team, and they interview guys and they throw some stuff at the table, and then they like, hey, take those results. You think you guys can do this? You think you can make that? And then they off to the lab, and there they go.
There you go. Yeah. See?
Hmm.
Not that hard. I mean,
It's
come on. It's sad, but it's true.
it's the $6 million coochie. We can rebuild it. We can make it better.
Stronger, faster.
Faster.
Yeah. Yeah,
Cable
that's what they
breaks.
did with Tide and Cheer. It was a marketing um, meeting, I guess you would say, because it was all about the color. So it's the same product. They just changed the color, and
So
that
the
made a
orange
difference
won
for
over the
people.
blue because I remember Tide came in a blue box, right?
Do I
No,
Fat.
remember?
Cheer was in a blue box and Tide
Yeah.
was in an orange box.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. I remember the orange now at that at the laundromat. Oh boy, I remember them days. So yeah, so they just changed it. Same product. Um, so same thing what they're doing. They have their marketing studies. That's why I'm like there's a lot of money in marketing. A lot. I
Oh
need to get
yeah.
there. I need to get there. But I could
Well,
solve a lot of problems. I just need the money to create some stuff.
I just came up to say Happy New Year to you, and Char, the car will be waiting out for the back for you. They told me they can wait till after the show, but they
Oh,
need to take you to jail though.
they're gonna be
Yeah, they
out
say you
back
can.
or in front.
Yeah, they're gonna be out back. They just so they don't want to create a problem. They want to come
Oh,
on out the back, come out peacefully.
okay, in the back. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much.
Not in the back. All right. Happy New Year, everybody. Y'all be good.
Happy
Happy
New
New Year.
Year. Thank you. Yeah, they're gonna be in the back. I'm going out the front. That's what I'm gonna
Sorry. I knew that's what you were gonna do. I'm like, why is he telling you? Like, that's like, does he not understand what's about to happen here in music? Clearly, you're having a very happy New Year, and maybe you've had a couple too many spirits. You could tell her, yeah, I'll be in the back. Don't worry. Like, what, girl? As soon as the show ends, she said it right for the front. This is what's gonna happen. I don't know. You didn't think that one through, music. I love you, but dude, come on. Gotta get her this time.
Yeah, but let's
Oh,
see.
hilarious.
Also with back down YouTube history lane. Um I'm not gonna say I believed the cause. I will agree with that. And then I would say around uh I don't know if I could say it was Kevin Samuel's death when it came to me. I think it was when I realized that, it was just a lot of talk and nobody wanted anything but to clap them cheeks. And then that's when I wrote the song. So I
Mhm.
do, I realized that's what's going on now. At first I'm like, okay, they got some complaints, this, that, and other, or whatever. And then I realized, oh, you all fooled me. Uh-huh, I got you. That's all right. I got you now. That's why the lyric came
Mhm.
so easily to me. So since I'm talking about it, I think I guess we'll play it. I haven't played it tonight, so
Yes.
yeah, let's play a little clap them cheeks, everybody.
Yes,
And
ma'am. I think it was a great plan. Mhm.
yeah, let me play that song. Let me scroll to the bottom here and pull it up. Yeah, here we go.
Get the party started.
Yeah. We know the truth of what you really want to do. All this live stream talking, not telling truth. Quoting stats like those numbers make it a fact. Those women never would have picked you even where you're at. Winter's here and it's here for you indefinitely. You turn your back on your own damn community. We see your comments in the chat and it's hate speech. You mad at women cause they didn't choose you in their sheets. Name your doctor, writing your script cause the dosage off. Flipping the script, women winning, talking about they lost. Been 4 years you've been hanging in these YouTube streets. Congratulations, you just earned your bachelor's degree. You wanna clap them cheeks? 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 Those red pills never done nothing for you. I hear Red Bull is on sale, won't you pick up too? Speaking of which, your godfather is dead and gone. No more new quotes for you to carry on. Flip the channel, keep on searching, and don't be sad. Never cry about something that you never had. Been 4 years, you've been hanging in these YouTube streets. Congratulations, you just earned your bachelor's degree. You wanna clap them cheeks? 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 Shout out to my producer, Rep Scotty. Shout out to Ty City. Keep grinding. All right.
I'm just finding it interesting that you said shout out to Thai City, and yet we got massacred over the song. Did anyone come for Thai? No. Okay. I was wondering. I was just asking for a friend. That's all. Fine. I'm just asking. Cool.
Yeah, he was.
Because it's fine when men say something. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, I realized that's what it was all about, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with honesty. You know, I've always said testosterone is a hell of a drug. That's just how it is. As long as you have that,
True.
and the desire is there, you're gonna want them. There's nothing wrong with that. But people are shame, blaming, and explaining.
True.
I say whatever you do and whatever you desire, do it. You don't owe nobody anything. What's somebody gonna do? Leave a YouTube stream and go look for you in your city? Hey, you with a woman. Hey, she's 136 pounds. That's too heavy. Hey, she's 26. That's the wall. I mean, please, just do whatever you're gonna do and enjoy yourself. You ain't gotta tell nobody. How about that?
Right. Well, that's what they actually do. That's the thing. That's what they're actually doing in real life, right? Which is why it's, every year or so we have 2 or 3 that get exposed as total frauds, right? It's because, everyone figured that out, that they can just lie to all these poor little idiots coming in, right? And I'm not calling them idiots like whatever. I actually feel bad for them because they're coming in, okay? They have legitimate problems, legitimate concerns, right? They're looking for some big brothers, right? They're looking for some perspective that they don't have to help them solve these problems, okay? And these dudes, okay, not all of them, but I'm going to say a large majority, okay, just feed them a bunch of bullshit to keep them failing and coming back for more. Okay, they don't even have to be successful in the dating game, whatever, because the more that if the guys succeed, right, then they won't be that. So they can't have the guys succeeding too much. So they need the guys to fail. And when the guys fail, then it's like, it's not my techniques are failing, honey. That's just how bad the average modern woman is. That means you didn't vet correctly, right? So now nothing is on the technique, right? So when you pay another $1,000 for another week or another month or whatever it is inside their academy or whatever, to try to become a boss or a man or whatever they're selling you to speak, right? Then at the end of the day, they never have to show proof that their stuff works. They never have to show it, right? Because as long as the modern woman
Oh
is
boy.
toxic and they can keep convincing you that it's not their technique, it's the modern woman, right? Then you'll keep paying them. And that's it. And then they can keep selling you failure in a package. And then we can keep watching, whether it's in our Reddit / nice guys or Reddit / incel pickup lines or whatever it is, right? We can keep watching guys who had a shot just fine, and then they screwed themselves over by repeating some of that rhetoric because it's so deeply ingrained in them and they actually truly believe it now. And I find that magical. Like, if y'all don't believe me, go to Reddit, right, and go to r / nice guys or incel pickup lines and just watch what they say. And you're like, oh my God, they're actually repeating what the Fresh and Fit guy said, like word for word on his last podcast.
Do they say it
You're not
as
supposed
fast?
to say that.
Women are. What do
I
they
mean,
say? Women
type.
are emotional.
Well, I mean, they
say it
might.
fast like that?
It's typed though, right? So you're reading. But now that being said, reading. Why would you put this here, babe? You know it's overheating. Okay. But yeah, with that being said, the typing, right? Here's the thing with the typing. It's the fact that they're saying it at all. So it'll be something like they'll message a girl and then they'll match and then be like, it's okay, you can unmatch with me. I know that I'm not your type since I'm not tall. And then the chick will come back and be like, oh, I don't care. No, you really did match with me. I was to know you. And then he'll just go on some whole rant and tirade about what women, the modern woman wants and likes, and how he's been traumatized before and he knows that's why, and da 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 da. Right? And he'll just talk himself out of even getting the number or date or whatever. And it's just like, yeah, so I'm gonna unmatch with you, but to be perfectly clear, it has nothing to do with your height. Right? Like, it's just like stuff like that. But it's like they're so bred in, and you can see they're just repeating all these lines that, you know, Fresh and Fit are telling them to make themselves feel better about not getting a date or whatever, right? But it's like, no, because these guys are really believing you to the point where they're telling women who they just matched with, it's okay, I know you're going to reject me right away because I'm not tall enough. What?
Wow.
Or like telling women who are attracted to women, like who are co-workers of yours, by the way, that you get the code. And that, yeah, that's your girlfriend, isn't a girl who's a friend. I get the code. And now that I've smashed that code, you owe me some, basically, because, and if you don't really want to give me some because you're really so delusional as to think that you're a lesbian, then that's because you have a mental disease or defect, because femininity can't be attracted to femininity and masculinity can't be attracted to masculinity. Now, who said all of that? You know, you could go find the stream. That's like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, they'll just repeat it like verbatim, and you're like, oh, honey, no. All the stuff that your favorite streamers say on the stream is not for you to repeat to girls you're trying to date. That's not what they're saying. Stuff to kind of like entertain you, right? And like 2% educate you, I guess. Right? So like they're trying to say, yeah, some women will lie and pretend they're lesbians with their best friend that they're with because they want you to go away. Okay, that they taught you something valuable. That is true. I've heard women do that. Now here's the thing. You knowing that and then you trying to expose it isn't going to get you somewhere. Because remember what the woman's telling you. She's therefore telling you, I think you are unattractive, gross, and or creepy. So much so that I'm willing to pretend I'm only attracted in the same sex just to make you go away. That's what she's telling you with her actions, right? You figuring her out isn't going to make her go, oh, well, in that case, you get to sleep with me. Like, that's not what's going to happen, honey. You know what I mean? It's like no one told them that. So they go out trying to prove that. And you're like, you didn't. Oh, okay. No, I'm serious. It's really creepy. You guys have to go, or like go watch anybody who reviews okay, like when you're like, who reviews like other people's content all the time? That's all I watch now, but like not in ours, like in this sector. This sector sucks now.
Right.
I go over to like the people who review things like r slash incel pickup lines, or r slash nice guys, or r slash nice girls, right? And I watch people be psychotic and then say, I'm a nice guy and that's why women don't choose me. You're like, no, you're a psychotic freak. That's why women don't choose you. And
Dang.
just based on the words said, you're scary, right? But it's just like the delusion. The delusion is real, and then see, they say that about the modern woman. And you're like, okay, but I'm gonna have to add that the modern man is also very delusional. There's a lot of delusion going on in like the under 50 crowd. That's what it is. There's a lot of delusion under 50 crowd. That there you go, of both genders. Just yeah, that's what it is. Seriously, think about it. It's delusion.
Yeah, that there is. And I was, very hopeful that things would change. Only, some revelation that, you know what, let's do this. Let's make it this. Let's make it that. But I had not seen that. There were people that just said, I don't find it worth making content. So there were people that just left. Um, and I understand. It makes sense if you really want to make a change and you give details and different things about change. Even with what is that? What Alan Roger Curry had. Um, it was self improvement, and I know there were some things that he used to
Mode one.
mention. Yeah, but there's something else. I'm trying to think if I remember the specific thing where it's it's not necessarily direct approach, it's something else. But it's with you, well, the
Cold
man.
approach.
Um I don't remember that term. But what I'm saying is it was on you or it was on the man to make a change if he wanted a different result. I'll put it
Right.
that
Oh,
way.
okay.
And now how that worked for men, I don't know. But
Mhm.
he, pretty much said, if you do this, you do that, you'll get this result. I don't know how many people tried that, but a lot of people didn't find it helpful to them. But, it takes personality for some things. Not everyone is going to get the same result. And then you have to keep
Right.
trying. That's the other thing. You have to keep trying. Um, I,
What? Girl,
I've
these
always
dudes, they want a one and done. They do not want to keep trying. One and done.
Mm-mm.
It's like a job.
Mhm.
I mean, you put the one application in and you might get the interview, but they didn't choose you. So you just
What?
stop there? I mean, why would
I
you do that?
I turned in the application. That means I turned in that one application. I should get that one job.
Uh,
Get out of here. You mean I gotta turn in more applications, more than one?
yeah, to different places.
To different places. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
You must apply yourself. Yes.
Girl, I'm gonna fall over. I'm dead.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. I mean, you went over there to ABC. Now you may have to try CBS and NBC. They have positions too.
This is
Yeah.
BS. I'll show them. I'm not going to fill out any more applications. See if they get me.
Yeah, you're so good that your parents are going to tell you to leave because they need you to contribute because you're now 25 years old. You're going to have to contribute to the household. You eat a lot. It's a lot of food you be eating.
Gosh.
It's getting expensive now. You're about to drop off the taxes. I mean, on the health insurance, you have to get your own. So, hey, you got to do something. Can't cover you anymore, so you got to do something. Be 26
Girl,
before you
I'm
know
dead. No, I can't. I can't. No, that was beautiful. No. I put in that one job application, so therefore I should get that one job. No, that's
Girl,
how it works. What?
that is the mentality. That is the mentality. It's like, what? Several applications? What do you mean several? I don't need to put in several applications. I only need one job.
well, that's the same with
Vonda very clearly
relationship.
raised. Wait,
You know,
Vonda, you raised a teenage. Did you raise a teenage boy at some point? Because that's what that reminds me of. That shit is so funny. Oh my god, I'm in tears. That
Now, the
yeah.
first time I ran into that type of, mentality, I was outdone. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It also goes to the same mentality that thinks that they're supposed to get the first girl that they asked, showed interest in.
Mhm.
That one
Mhm.
girl, 5th grade, she was supposed to show interest in them, and they were supposed to go through junior high, high school, college, get married, and have 12 babies.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, wait, that doesn't happen for everyone? No? No? Everyone doesn't marry their high school sweetheart or their grade 8 crush? No? People don't actually
Obviously,
marry the girl next door? No?
those dudes, they remember that one from high school that they didn't get. They remember her.
Remember Keisha, you're the one for me. Uh-huh. I never forget Keisha.
They never forget.
Like, for real. Does anyone actually marry, like, their high school sweetheart or the girl next door or whatever anymore? Like, I mean, I'm sure, I guess that used to probably happen. That's why it's a trope. But, like, does it ever happen? Like, ever? I mean, and I do mean ever. I don't think I know one story where that was, like, a real thing that really happened. I honestly don't. I can't think of one where it's like,
Well, I have a few friends who got married in high school, but it was not their high school sweetheart. It
right.
turned out to it eventually, because he became her husband, but he wasn't her high school sweetheart. She had a sweetheart,
Right. Exactly.
and she met her husband and
Right.
married him.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And yet they want to say that women are the ones who believe in all this fantastical bullcrap, right? But like men are just logical. And it's like, oh, are you sure? Because it seems to me that you all believe that what should happen, could happen, and in fact does happen everywhere else in the world, is that you just meet the perfect woman when she's still 8 years old and a virgin, of course, right? You fall in love with each other at 8 years old, and then that's it. Like, you're good. You're like, you just stay together forever because you're in love, because that's just how it works. And that's how it's working all over the world. All over the world, Asia, all these places with these submissive women, right? Yeah, that's how it works. They just meet at 8 years old and say, I'm going to marry you. Okay, cool. And that's it. They're good.
But see,
They
I think about
really
it,
believe these things. Like,
and I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? My high school sweetheart, if I was married to him right now, I would be extremely miserable. I would probably be, yeah. That was not the match made in heaven. That would not work.
Yeah.
It was not going to work.
It was puppy love.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Very puppy.
Right.
Yeah.
Butterflies.
Yeah, so there's just no way. So it's like, if I can see that my high school sweetheart wouldn't have been the one for me, I would think that other people would be able to think the same thing about that chick that turned you down for the prom. I mean, are you still checking for her?
Because they never got to be her sweetheart. They never had any sweetheart. Like, it's not like they didn't get her. They didn't get a sweetheart, period. Right? And then they never get a husband or a wife or even a serious boyfriend or girlfriend after that. And yes, I am putting both genders in there because seriously, if they had just dated anyone seriously, they might understand, right? But they just haven't at all. Like they can, if they've even had a date or two, it didn't work out well. And it was in the case of, this woman just needed someone to pay for, dinner or whatever because she was going to die of starvation because, she wished it had to be paid or whatever, right? So, I mean, it's a thing like that. Like you have these guys and they have no practical life experience. They really don't. And then what's worse is they're being taught by other guys who have no practical dating relationship experience. Not really. Like, no offense. Let's look at Fresh and Fit. So you have Myron, who by all appearances has none. And then you have Fresh, who was married. But again, by all appearances, that woman was not any of the things he claims that he only dates, first of all. And second of all, it seems as though that woman was just using him. So, and he all married her. And then she left him. So at the end of the day, it seems as though, okay, neither one of these dudes can tell you how to get, a high value woman or whatever they call them. You know what I mean? Like they don't know. And then there's it's the blind leading the blind. It's the idiots leading the idiots. Like that's why again, and I'll keep saying it, ladies, if you're listening, do not go to an unmarried woman's channel and expect her to be able to teach you how to find and get married to a man. She can't tell you. She can't. That is the one thing she can't tell you. She might be able to tell you something else, but she can only tell you what she has done, right? She cannot tell you how to be successful in something she's never been successful in. So if she's never gotten a man to get down on one knee, propose to her, she's never accepted, she's never walked around the aisle, she's never gotten married, right? And she doesn't know what marriage is, then she cannot teach you how to be successful at any of those things. Now, aspect of her life, and you'd like to change that aspect of your life too, great. There's lots of other things she could teach you, but what she can't teach you how to do is to find a man and get that man to propose to you and get that man to walk down the aisle. She can't teach you that. It's one thing she can't teach you because she's never had it, right? Like it's no offense to that woman, it doesn't make her lesser. It's just she can't teach you that. Now from there, okay, do not go to a woman who's only been divorced multiple times for short periods of time, okay? And say, hey, I've been married for 10 years and I would like my marriage to last forever. Can you give me any tips on how to make that happen? No, they can't, right? How could she, right? All she's done is fail at marriage. She's failed at marriage once or multiple times, right? For less time than you've been married. So in essence, all she can do is give you tips on how to end your marriage now, right? Because like you're like years past where she is. No, seriously, like, no offense, but that's what it is. Same thing with the men. Like, I don't understand where the common sense factor went, right? That's why, like, I'll say to, like, Mocha. Mocha's been married forever. She's been married for 20-some years. Yeah, I would go to Mocha for advice because Mocha's been married forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, she's got way more years under her belt than I do. So if I need someone to tell me how to get past the 7-year itch or the this or the that, I'm going to go to someone who's done it, who came out the other side. And more importantly, the life that they live, right? The way they carry themselves and the life they live or whatever is something that I respect and I want. You know what I mean? And on some level. If I don't like the way you hold yourself, if I don't like the way your man is, if I don't like the way your life is set up, then I'm not going to follow you. Because the only way your tips are going to work is if it's with your life, right? And if you're the one who works full time and your man's the house husband, and that's not going to work for me, then I'm not taking tips from you. Do you know what I mean? Like, where's the common sense, Char? Where is common sense? That's what I want to know.
It isn't common anymore. It is not.
Sense is not common anymore. You're right.
Yeah,
it's not.
Very uncommon.
Ridiculous.
And it's really sad. Like I always say when it comes down to adults, I can't get past that because these people are adults. That's what they are. And I can't help but to expect more. These are supposed to be the examples. If you see 30, well, I'll just go with 40, 50, 60-year-old men fighting and arguing and calling each other names and all those things. The younger people are looking. What example is that? Is that your dad, uncle, brother, cousin, grandfather? sitting up there arguing with others online, you know,
Mm-hmm.
that's a terrible look. And um, you know, the men in the space, they call it this space. They call it the black manosphere, the manosphere, whichever. And when I used to hear about this space and stuff, I always say, well, what's the zip code? Because, you know, people can come and go and no one owns anything. There's no fences or barbed wire or anything like that. So no one owns anything. But, you know, that was some of the rhetoric at one time. I'm like, if you say it is a space, a particular space, ownership, or however you want to do that, where's the respect um, that should be shown to people? You know, if you go
Mm.
to someone's house or neighborhood, you know, this neighborhood, they shooting up everybody, go to this neighborhood, they rob you, go to this, they, and that's how I looked at it. I'm like, each space or a particular area is a neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And this one has a lot of drama. This one, they're coming after you, doxing you, and all kind of stuff. Go over here, they cursing you out if you disagree. And I'm like, these are some really bad neighborhoods.
Right.
And you know, I personally don't fit in them at all. I'm like, you know, it's time to, you know, move out the neighborhood and go to the suburbs or somewhere, anywhere. This neighborhood, you can have it. It is really jacked up.
Mm.
That's the way I look at it. It's a jacked up neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
there were more men in the space at that time when it started to become jacked up. So I have
Yeah.
to look. You weren't able to manage um, in a virtual space, then how well would you do so outside your front door?
Right. Facts.
Yeah, it's a
And
question. Hmm.
but they don't know. They don't know that those are even relevant questions, Shar. That's the problem. And I guess that's like the thing, you know what I'm saying? Like that is the problem. They don't know even what questions are relevant, right? Because these are we're talking about incredibly what's the word I'm looking for? Like unseasoned. That is not the right word. I can't what is this word? I'm trying to remember. Trying to remember. It's like they're girl. I I am for the first time in the history of my existence. I cannot think of this word.
All
Like
right.
I really can't. I don't know what is wrong with me.
And I'm sitting up here trying to get it. I'm like, it's on the tip of my
And,
tongue.
right? Like it's your own. They earn. They
Unbelievable.
earn.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun, 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 dun.
unbelievable. They're unbelievable. No, it's just like there's that like they know that little about the world, about life, about dating, about relationships, about other people's lives, right? Like if you listen to them, if you really, really listen to some of them, it'll
Mhm.
start reminding you of the way children, like actual children think, very small ones. Um, because only children would reason that way because they just don't know. So it's a lot of fantasy, right? It's a lot of imagination because they don't know and they don't know what they don't know yet. And you can't expect people to know what they don't know. So that's fine. Like I'm
Right.
not mad at people for not knowing what they don't know. But you can listen and you're like, if you have lived any kind of adult life, you know that these people are talking cash shit, but like in a way that it sounds like children speaking. Like they're not even this doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense. Like I, I don't know. Just I,
Yeah.
mm, yep. That's all I got. Yep, that's all I got. I'm sorry. Look at that. English is escaping me, y'all. So that's what happens. You come back to this sector and it just starts eating your brain away.
Yeah,
Mm,
taking a little break, and I've enjoyed it. Like I said, even when you just log on and you go and look, the page that comes before you is just the same thing over and over again. And I'm like, wow, well, someone's enjoying this. Someone wants to spend their money on it, their time. Go right ahead because you do have that right and that choice to do so. Um, I would wish better for my people, but
Mm-hmm.
they like a lot of foolishness that gets them going, and you know, I will say more than likely they won't have any funds or any pensions in the future. So
Mm-mm.
use your
Definitely
time
not.
wisely. Because I look back and I'm like, wow, one thing I remember Ramil saying, he said, there's not a fund, there's not a scholarship, there's not a nothing with all these years with the man on YouTube. No one got together and put anything together. And it made me sad because I remember um, at one time some of the guys, because at the time trucking was really big in 16 and 17, especially 17.
Mm-hmm.
And the men were talking about, getting together and forming some type of business for trucking. And BGS thought it was a great idea. He said, yeah, you could check with Shar. Maybe she could do something with you all. And and I got a couple of numbers, but nothing came of that. Nothing came
Mm.
of it. And I think it could have been something that was great because I was right there. I'm like, hey, I'll support it, you know. Um, and then there was a one guy. He was into well, he suggested uh, but it was only in the chat room. He suggested going into the hair industry, purchasing hair. But I knew enough that you couldn't do that. You would be blocked. You couldn't buy Yaki and Remy like that as a black person. You would have to have a connection
An
and a lot of
Asian
money.
connection. Yeah.
Exactly. And I knew enough with that. And he kind of said, no, you can do this, you can do that. I'm like, okay. So I just told him, well, he go ahead and do that and let me know how it turned out. So he disappeared.
It didn't turn
Um,
out, I guess.
yeah, it didn't turn out. But there were some ideas and stuff. And I got teased about it when they were talking about the dolls. I said, "Hey, that's a opportunity for me. Hey, because those dolls gonna need some different hair. You're gonna be tired of looking at that doll with the same hair. Hey, I'll style the hair for you. Hey, I pick up the doll.
You got real creative, Char, with the cleaning service of the dolls too. I was just like,
Yeah,
oh
I'm like
Lord.
somebody got to do it. I was gonna take care of it, make me some money. But that didn't pan out, and it was a joke. It was funny, but I was serious. If they were serious, but no one was going to buy enough dolls for me to have that type of
Yeah,
business.
them, not even one fool got a doll. They did all that
Well,
talking on how
there
the
was
women would
one.
soon be replaced.
There was
We're
one. I
about
will
to
say
be
there was one.
replaced. All the women's is about to be replaced. We're gonna get our dolls and we don't have to hear them talking back. And none of them old broke fools got one. Shark could even get her business up and running.
And that's interesting now that you say it again, and I'm listening to it. I'm like, wait a minute. You were actually going to replace a woman. Wow. I just think about that from 2017 to 2022. That's something to want to replace. And just think if the men did buy those dolls, would they still be
Mhm.
playing with those dolls, or would they get tired of it like a child with a toy?
They would have got tired of it after you know what? Them dolls would have been all beat up. The little head would have broke off of it, and it would have just ended up just being a torso.
And I did ask the question because, hey, I ask questions. I can't help myself. I said, well, I'm speaking from a place as a woman that have had men, and I know them to want to, well, not want to, but start falling to sleep after they're done. So, are you going to, get up and wash that thing out? And people in the chat room said no, they're going to end up with what they say, infections and all kind of stuff because they're going to go to
Mhm.
sleep and they're just going to use the thing. They're not going to clean it. And I said,
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I'm like, well, I don't know how that's really going to work out because just think about it. And then I don't know how manual it is, the doll, if the thing is moving or you got to move it up and down on you. I don't know. But I'm still thinking it's some kind of work. And once you're done working and you're done, you're going to go to sleep, dude. You're not going to get up. You're not going to have no towel and pan there to
Warm
clean it
wash
out,
rag,
to
none of
clean
that.
your right, to clean yourself or the doll. So I don't believe you. That thing gonna be crusty and dusty when you get through with it. You're gonna go right to sleep. Slobbering can on. So that was another thing. I was just curious because I'm thinking of a human being. I'm a human. I know what I experience. So I'm just curious. Are you gonna do what you're gonna do with this thing that you're going to buy? How's that going to work out for you? Yeah,
Wow.
I asked because I was curious. Yes, I did. I
Be
asked.
a bunch of dolls with funky boxes.
And you got to clean it
Mhm.
because that's your stuff that you put in there.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bunch of dolls with some funky boxes, so they don't know and they'll be complaining about the dolls with the funky boxes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
So to ruin everyone's day, in the back chat, I put one of the links I had found before. This was about silicone wives. So let's be clear here. They did use the word wife on
Mm,
purpose.
interesting.
Yeah, because yeah,
Whoa.
it's
Whoa, Ruby. With
I
this type
just
of
I just wanted y'all to
advertising, I'm
know.
surprised these silicone wives are not. Yeah. You know what? This is a whole catalog. Somebody's buying them. Somebody buying them. You
Oh
got
Yeah.
yeah, that's the thing. Yes.
Anastasia and Dominique, Juliet, Vina, Eva, Athena.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right? That's not even. And the funny thing is, right? So this is like a more professional, I'll say, website because again, remember, there's lots and lots of interest. There's like pages and pages of pages.
$3,000. Wow. That's
Oh, it's
three
on
thousand
sale,
dollars.
Shar.
$28.99.
It's on
That's
sale.
$3,000.
Which one are you looking at? I'm looking at the one that's $18.99.99. The redhead. She's on sale. She's been slashed. And also Anastasia. These are all under $2,000.
Right?
Okay, that's still
That's
expensive
what
though.
I'm saying. Yeah, Shar, you gotta just wait till you know your wife is on sale, and then you buy her.
Baby, soon as you go on sale, I'm gonna buy you and I'm gonna tear it up, girl. I'm gonna tear that silicone up.
Exactly.
It doesn't look like any of these dolls have hit the wall. They're in their prime.
One has
And
no
they
arms.
never will.
There's no arms. Oh my goodness.
I mean, she can't hit back, I guess.
Right, see?
Wow.
Because you can buy a torso, right? Just like you can buy the legs and feet, or you can buy just the boobs. You know, I mean, like there's a lot of variety because not everyone can afford the whole doll at once.
Oh,
Oh, I see the
So
carts now. That's crazy.
yeah,
okay. All right.
yeah, yeah.
Wives. That is very interesting. And hey, if that's what
Mhm.
the guy want to do, depends on how many people want to buy. I would go into that business because, like I said, I'm trying to make some money, and I'll change the hair up give her some whatever pigtails, make her look younger, dye her hair, whatever, whatever necessary. Definitely gonna get her a clothing line. Definitely.
But now, okay, here I'm gonna
I don't hear you.
compare. So it's what you can hear me?
Yeah.
Me?
I can now.
Hello, Char?
We hear you
okay,
now.
good. Okay. So I want y'all to look at this because this was when I first when I wrote an article about it. I wrote an article about this. So this was the original one, Hot Roxy, or Roxy, the first talking sex robot or whatever, and it was just so robotic and terrible. And I mean, you can even look at it, but back then, this was like, oh my god, it's so realistic in comparison to the blow up doll, right?
Is that the
So as you guys can
1950
see, if you
version?
look at Roxy, no, this was the modern 2010 version. That was very in 12 years, right? Like the ones that are on the other website are far more, maybe not real looking, but like maybe anime doll looking, or like, you know what I mean? They're far more attractive, and like it wouldn't be entirely embarrassing to have that found in your house. Do you know what I mean? Because it's attractive looking, like
Well,
it's got like a nice looking face. And
so this Roxy, this one, this is like, she's ugly. The other ones are pretty, much prettier. Roxy
that's
looks
because
like
this one.
And it's more expensive. Roxy's more expensive.
Well, that's because Roxy. Okay, so the ones that we were looking at first, right? The first link that was from this year. That was from now. It's current, right? Roxy was the first ever talking sex doll. The first ever.
Like,
so that was in 2010.
That explains it.
Yeah.
She looks like
my
it.
master.
Yeah, she looks like the original. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right,
guys.
So
You don't want
Roxy.
You guys don't want Roxy. You want a more evolved Roxy.
Your wish is my command.
Yeah. Oh no,
Yes,
her voice is weird. Like it's like they're trying to make it sound natural, but it's like worse than Siri talking to you. Like it's like Siri, really weird. Yeah, like no, no. No. Mm-mm. No. No. But I think at the end of the day, I think that, and I think we need to like be honest here, and the men need to be honest with themselves as well. If y'all, okay, and when I say y'all, I mean whoever's buying these dolls, okay. If y'all want to buy the dolls, why don't you have a good time? That's your business. But I'm just going to say that anyone who is buying the dolls is very, very likely somebody who does not have a lot of social skills, is like they're very unlikely to get play with a very attractive girl, which is why the dolls, that's the hottest, that's the way they're going to get a hot girl. And it's like, dude, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. But let's not pretend that is replacing human relationships. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
But you know what? I'm like, you know what? Okay, you what you hear online is you hear a lot of these men talking about relationships. But realistically, they don't want relationships. They want relations, but they don't want relationships. They don't want the ships. They don't want
too hard. I don't want to try that. She talks back. She says no. No, I don't want the relationship. I just want the relation. Yeah.
Well, no, they're desperate for the relations. right? Because that's all they can think about, because they're stuck on, 14-year-old boy until they finally get their rocks off. But the reason why they're not wishing for anything more is because you can't pay for even, right, a real girlfriend. Like, you can't, right? You can pay for an hour of real sex, though. So they are aware that, maybe a drunk girl might make a mistake on them even, right? That they're aware that it's probably more likely that they will be able to get the relations, but they can't even fathom that they would ever get a relationship, like with a girl who likes them and respects them and is attracted to them and wants to be near them and around them, that they can mutually enjoy each other's company and whatever. They can't imagine that they could ever get that. So they don't even bother to talk about that or think about that or whatever, right? Because why? Like, they don't think that it's for them. They think it's for the Chads of the world, right? And they're not Chads. So therefore, that's not for them, right? All of those high quality women would never go for a guy like that. So, yeah, they just don't bother.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's sad.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, but I, personally, if that's what the guys wanted, more power to them. I had no issue with it. I
You
just was going
don't.
to make some money, along the way. And I wish that something would have came out of the manosphere, except for, just the talking points, just a lot of talking every year, year after year after year, and
Mm-hmm.
nothing concrete. Been nice for whatever. Some laws would be changed because that child support, it's a hot mess when it comes down to those fees and putting men in jail and stuff. And it would have been nice for some, I don't know, rallying or whatever men have needed to have done to make some changes, at least get the foot in the door.
What?
Um,
They what? Sure, they were supposed to do something to stop the child support, or were the women supposed to just not put men on child support ever again?
my understanding, when I started off, is that these laws and stuff are unfair. Something needs to happen. Something needs to change. And let's talk about, change. And that went on for a little while, but like I said, nothing had came of it. And even after all this time, with the younger generation, it would have been nice that there would have been something, just anything, but that didn't come to pass. So it's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. I mean, you can have live streams, you can have a catalog of live streams, and have a dedicated YouTube channel. That's fine. But change is what's necessary, because that's what's hurting people if there's no change. So that's what really is disappointing. I know nothing will change in the future unless maybe some of the younger people come in and actually want to do something.
Some new
But
blood. Yeah.
yeah, um, but I don't even think that they probably would have those same problems that some of the guys now that are in the space that's in their 30s to 50s. I don't even
Yeah.
think they would have those issues. They're
Well,
making different moves.
because the younger ones are tending not to have, kids, male and female. They're not having kids like that,
Hmm.
you know. And
No, but
they're all, huh?
they have similar but other problems. So, like, you're right. Like, for example, the baby mama drama starting at 12. Yeah, that's not with this newer, younger generation coming up. But they have totally different problems, right? Like, their problems are that they're being priced so far out of, a two-parent household, or the idea of even having kids, or home ownership. You know what I mean? They're being priced out of it just by existing. Like, it's crazy, the cost of living, right? And the cost of inflation and blah blah blah. So it's like their struggles are completely different. People are saying, why the hell would I ever settle down with another human being? Because we'll never be able to afford to have kids anyway. right? And then you get all these unrealistic expectations as far as what you want someone else to be earning. But it's not that I don't think it's even that the expectations are so unrealistic. It's just that you understand that without them making that much money, so that way your net worth is huge, you can't afford. You can't afford to buy a home and have a few kids and live comfortably, right? And it's like, it shouldn't be like that. When people, y'all, I was reading something today, and it was showed me, okay, that not that long ago, which is crazy, in the Sears catalog, you could buy a house, a whole house from the Sears catalog. Yes, I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, I think I saw something about that. Yes, you could get a house from Sears, a Sears and Roebuck, Sears and Roebuck.
Wow.
Crazy.
And there's only like very few of them left in the United States.
Yeah, I thought they were
There's
all
more?
gone, just online only.
Right.
So
Me too. I thought
are they all gone? I thought there were a few left. Meaning, you know, some that were still standing.
Yeah,
so,
no
maybe this one's
employees.
standing.
Yeah, not for sale, but a Sears Roebuck house that was still in existence, you know.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. I know they were good with the tools, craftsmen and all, but yeah, that was it. I didn't know about houses.
Yep, they sure did. You can buy the house plans for them though too, for about $1,000.
Okay.
I can share this as a web link. I'm trying something new with technology, y'all. Bear with me. I want to see if I can just share this as like a web link so you can, without having to scroll through the whole stupid thing. No, that's not how that works. I don't know. I feel like people know how to do stuff like this. I'm just not one of those people. You know, one of those situations. Oh. Well, I definitely do have it. I have a picture. I had to take a screen because I could not believe they said Sears 1910s. $4,080 is all you need to build this elegant 12-room, $6,000 residence. Did y'all hear it?
Wow, that was a lot.
12 rooms, 6,000. Y'all.
I don't know what to do with 12 rooms, but okay. Wow.
Right? Like,
that's a man.
Not 12 bedrooms, but 12 rooms within that whole house, correct?
In total. Probably.
Okay.
I mean, probably, yeah, but
a living room, 3 bedrooms, maybe a bathroom and a half, kitchen. That's
I mean, it just says 12 rooms. Didn't specify. Hold on. I'm going to send it to.
Well, you know what? If they give me my 40 acres and my mule, I'll buy a Sears Roebuck house plan and have my little craftsman house built on my little land.
Okay. That's gonna be a house.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I am going to send this to you guys in the back chat because I have no idea at this point how else to send it. Like, I try really hard to send it like as a link so you could share it. So I have no idea how technology works. So I just send it. This is to Shar, and I'll send it to you too, Rhonda, so y'all can see it. I just cannot believe it says 12 rooms. I mean, it looks pretty big. And that's $4,000. $4,000 for like a giant house. You know?
Yeah, I don't know how to share this. I couldn't think of how to share this.
Article, but it's just like, it's not like a short article. It's just a whole bunch of different ads that like they could never, you know, put in media today kind of thing. So, and then you have to scroll through until you find the house, which I don't even think it's close to the top. It was like pretty down low. But yeah, but my point is, right, is that, and actually they've been talking about that in the 70s, right? My grandfather bought his sprawling, gigantic. I mean, it's a really big house. And he bought that house for 70,000, I think, all in. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. And then like the way that this house is, like, I don't know, it's like it's got like a living room and in the bathroom upstairs, and then it's got like a living room, but then and then the kitchen and whatever, but then it's got like a couple steps down to a whole nother, almost like it seems like another house, like in a way, like it's got another living room and then a bathroom and then there's a bedroom, like it's a whole thing.
It's a 2-story. Oh, okay. Well, first floor, second floor. Okay.
No, it's 3 stories. It's 3 stories plus a basement.
Yeah, there's a basement. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there's a basement too, so it's like it's crazy. Like it's like almost like it's going down by half levels instead of full levels. I don't know, but anyway, the point is, right? This is a huge, and it's and a huge backyard too, right? A huge front drive. Just it's huge. I keep saying the word huge. It's huge for 70,000, right? That's how much this house today. To try to purchase that house, and I would like to mention that that neighborhood is now no longer a phenomenal neighborhood or anything crazy. Okay, would be $500,000 to $600,000 in a bad neighborhood.
Like, so it would be a trap house.
Yeah. There you go. Well, like, okay, the house itself, okay, the street itself is like fine, right? But like Malton, the area has gone to shit. So, like, you know, it's like there's a lot of trap houses nearby, put it that way, and gangs and just nonsense. So, you know, and like the way that it was, right? So it's like when it was just white folk who lived there, then the Italians moved in, and the white folk went, oh, the neighborhood's going to shit, right? And so then the Italians lived there, and then the black people moved in, like my grandfather, and then they went, oh, the neighborhood's going to shit. And then now my grandfather, you know, black people and Italians lived there, and then the Indian people started moving and went, oh, the neighborhood's going to shit, right? And then like that's how that neighborhood, like, you know, it's like everyone just decided it's the next group moving in that made it, you know, go to shit. When really it's just like like no, it's not anyone's fault. It's just the city just decided that this area of the city they didn't care to continue expanding on, and so no one cares to improve y'all. And still, that house, like, it's not even like reasonable how much the cost is inflated. It's not, right? Like the cost of my house is crazy. That, you know, it was like 120,000 in 1997, and it's worth $1 million, like $1 million. 1,500 square feet is worth $1 million today.
Wow.
When it was $120,000 to purchase in 1997 before they broke ground. 120,000 to $1 million for a $1,500 semi-detached house. Yeah, like, you know, that is what these kids are dealing with. How can you afford anything? Come on.
And that reminds me of what I was speaking of earlier about automation. If you eliminate those jobs, these people are not going to be able to have a home ownership. So what's going to happen there? Because you need those people in general to purchase houses so they can pay property tax, so they can go into the schools and roads and all that other stuff. So you can't charge the bot. So again, what happens with that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, let's just say, for instance, like, you know, like a McDonald's. McDonald's gets rid of all of his people, becomes completely automated. That business is still going to pay taxes. Even though it's all automated, there has to be some sort of a different way to, you know, maybe, yeah, they're still going to have to pay taxes. They'd be like, oh, a business this size would have approximately this many employees, and this is what we expect from taxes from this business. They're still, you know what, the IRS does not play, the government does not play about their taxes.
Right.
They're gonna get their taxes automated or not. Something's coming.
Right, because they need that money. That's what they use for everything. So you can't give them breaks like that. You can't give them a bunch
Yeah.
of breaks because
Mm-mm.
they need the money. They need those taxes. So I'm like, something is going to have to give.
Oh, you telling Ruby about the thing about when they lay out what they're gonna do with the taxes? You telling her that?
We were
Char?
talking about what she was just saying. I was thinking, I said, well, what about? It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Yeah, what about the taxes? You got because people are homeowners. That's people like that. If you want to call it the American dream,
Yeah.
but a bot is not going to move into a home, and you gotta have somebody got to purchase the home and pay those darn taxes. So
Right.
what
Oh,
happens?
one thing I did not want to mention what's going on right now, because you know how the issue with the foreclosures back in 2008 with the housing crashes. Remember that?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
What the word on the street? What they're trying to do now is the government now is going to try to own these houses and start buy up these houses. So
Yeah, I know they bought some of them, but okay, what continue? Go ahead.
what the whole intention, because they know a lot of Americans can't buy a house because the way how things interest rate and all this stuff going up. There's no way, depending on how they work it, to really own a home. So the government's going to step in. They're going to start owning these homes, and they're going to start buying up like the lands and houses.
Okay.
So when you talk about the taxes in that home, they have everything planned out how they want to move on this. The only biggest issue is where how people going to deal with taxes, because the whole premise of taxes, you push tax on people. So now
Right.
people don't have no way to make an income, since you do not prepare them for the automation. You dumb them too long for the last couple of decades. A whole lot of people they already decide are going to be useless. Remember, there was an article. Now it's come back to me, Charlie, about there was a tendency to say the useless bottom feeders. I forgot it's an article right now on the internet. I think that's the title of it. They wrote this that majority of people in America, the way how they structure it now, are going to be bottom feeders and uselessness. So if people are useless, what do you do with useless people? We don't know that people not using. You're not going to pay them. So that means you're going to start doing cuts. And that's as soft I could say on YouTube terms, if you get my feeling. Possibly.
Well, I know people are gonna be fighting and stealing all kind of stuff, so something
Yeah,
gonna have to give.
and they're going to step in and they're going to be doing cuts.
And
People.
folks gonna be cutting and cutting other folks and
Yes. Yes.
because they want to eat and everything else.
Yeah, it's going to turn like a savage land out here.
Need their Nikes and Adidas and Jordans and Xbox and
Everything. It makes you think, since we have things and it's really rough here in America. Ruby, can you in Canada? Is there any issues in regards to economics up there in Canada, like the same things that America is dealing with right now? Any effects up there in up north where you at?
When do you hear me talk about economics?
No, I'm saying
Never?
any situation.
Oh. No, do you
Okay.
ever hear me talk about economics? Never? Oh, okay.
No. Yeah,
Good.
but I was asked a general question.
Yeah, I don't know and I don't care. Yeah, not my area.
Okay. You don't choose to care. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
we got enough problems here, that's for sure. We can loan you some there in Canada.
Oh,
It
yes,
is
we
a
can put them
high,
on a bus in your bus load of problems and let you have at it.
yeah, there's so many people. They're saying that rent is going up in a lot of places. These places are buying up. They're dropping off these truckloads of what would you call them? I don't want to use the word foreigners. What is it? Migrants.
Refugees, migrants, they
Yeah,
gonna rename them something else.
yeah, that's a lot of that is happening, which I mentioned earlier. I'm like, okay, if they are to replace people when it comes down to work, if they're supposed to be cheap labor, fine. You still got to do something with the people that's already here. They're going to fight, cut, steal, and all kind of stuff. because they want to eat and they want to survive. And something's going to have to give. There's just no balance what I'm hearing. I just don't see this being something. So as far as it being something that was talked about and um, the winter coming and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, this is not a gender thing. This affects everyone. You
So
know.
do you think that this is their one of their many ways to uh curtail the population?
Well,
You know,
again,
cut
you
it down.
you could try that, but again, people are going to fight back because they're going to want to survive.
But that's the whole intention. They know when people are desperate and they're gonna be their belly's gonna be hungry, they're gonna do things very much for survival. That instinct, that killer instinct, that animalistic kicks in. And they're expecting this. Now, with many things that's automated and you hear about they use more technology, drones, putting weapons on certain drones now, which is nothing new because they've been doing it overseas during the military. So the bring over here is no different from when they were doing over there. I mean, you heard the article from LA, so they put weapons on certain machines, but that's nothing new. I think if y'all remember, they used the same weapon thing to kill Donor 5 years ago, you know, and that cab's up in California. So to find it now, they just put in law now to have those on there is that was something they're eventually going to do anyway. So.
Hmm.
So like I said, I think they have things in place for this. The only thing, because like I said, this country is roughly almost less than greater than 80% white and everybody else is color. So we look at that and the amount of weapons, there's like over 400 million weapons. And you're not taking nobody's guns anytime soon because do that's war in itself. That means you're going to have a war zone once things are slowly collapsing.
I would think so. And then entertainment, that is a big thing. White people love their entertainment. So
Mhm.
they love their baseball, football, hockey, all of that. You're
Hmm.
not going to have any bots going to those games paying for those season tickets and stuff. So,
Well, people watch more. If you notice during the lockdown, chart, they were doing some tests, some new technology to see how much money they will make when people at home. And I think for certain events, I think if you don't have the people in the arenas, I don't think they lost much money when they start broadcasting it on television. Personally,
mm,
I'm just saying I could be wrong, but like I said, they don't really need people to be in those arenas to really still make their bottom line. Personally, but it goes to show where they're gonna get the money from to even watch these things, unless they make it affordable. They sit in the comfort of their couch and watch the game. I mean, I don't know.
yeah, because why would Pepsi spend $1 million for a commercial when nobody's buying Pepsi because they can't afford it?
Mm.
So
Yeah,
just
true.
these
Right.
things that I'm thinking of, I'm like, every time I look in a direction, you still need consumers. All day, you need consumers to
Mhm.
buy
Yes.
those products.
To run all these demons, these machines. You got to have the consumer. You're right. The bots are not going to be going to no football games. They
Right.
might be working the concession stand and bringing you your beer and hot dog, but they are not going to be sitting there in the stands.
And you think about even with the NBA, and I know other sports pay these players more money. It's like now you think about one of the players now is will make roughly $250 million in 5 years. So now let's say you slash that now because now certain sports are globally and you make your bottom line, but now you don't have people in the presence. My thing is this: these are good questions, but I think they already had this planned out years in advance of what they were going to do because they're not just going to implement unless they know say how they're going to recover, how they're going to maneuver. Because personally, um, if you ask a question, we have to conclude that they have an answer for that. Because most people that spend the most money, they spend money to people that could solve problems. Char.
Shoot, if that's what you call it, solving a darn problem. But I get what you're saying. I
Yeah.
get what you're saying.
People just wander into the country. Wait, people that just randomly wander into the country. Yeah. It's like the what do you call those movies? Like the Mad Max type of environment they try to create.
The apocalypse type movies.
Yeah, the Book of Eli.
Eli.
Thing. Yeah, all those movies, when we did, even the other movie, I Am Legend, those apocalyptic type of things.
Those movies scare me. I don't want to be around when all that is happening. Kind of
Okay.
board up your windows and have a gun, and you got monsters coming to your door and busting your
You don't have to
windows.
worry about that, Wanda. It's like you got a man somewhere present and said, "No, I got you, baby. Skip behind."
You know what? If it's 12 months at the door, that one man is he?
Hey, he better play his role. Say you're going to die for this, man. Be that protector.
Yeah, he'll go first, and then everybody else is slaughtered. But it's too much.
Hey. It's better,
That's too much.
You have to protect it. And if he fails, he fails.
And see, when they start doing things like they start, like when they first, announced the no cash bail, in Illinois, I was just like, oh my
Right.
God. I'm like, these purges is starting. They are trying to wipe out
no
people.
cash bail. Could you do it in Chicago, Shark? Wait a minute, they don't have to pay cash to bail? I'm trying to understand that one. How that works.
That's what they were trying, and there were some suits about that, some lawsuits. And at the midnight hours, they say, as early as as late as some hours ago, they said, okay, this is unconstitutional. So this is only going to happen in some counties. Well, it's still going to happen, but some counties are not going to go through with it. They say it's unconstitutional because it doesn't give the victim any rights.
Oh.
And so I don't know who pushed it, who great idea that was. It was just something that, bam, they just put on the table and say, oh, January 1st, this is what we're going to do. What? Who is we? When was this discussed?
Where from? Yeah.
Exactly. And then when we started hearing about it, then there was a lot of pushback, and then people rallied and like, oh no, this is too much. And because what you're finding is you'll have that, I don't know, let's say 23-year-old that carjacked someone, and they say, okay, well, you're not able to really afford bail. That's not constitutional. So I tell you what, we're going to let you out on
a slap in the wrist. Don't do it again.
And here's an ankle bracelet, and come back in 2 months when your court date come. We'll see you back. So just come on back.
But don't commit any more crimes in the meantime.
Exactly.
Well, why do you think he got himself locked in the first place? Because he has nowhere to do. So he's going to commit. I'm going to say thank you, and he goes around and he jack up somebody again and say, "Well, I got the money now."
That's what's so scary about it, because criminals do not self-reform. They don't self-reform. Like, ooh, I almost got caught. I'm not going to do anything else. Stop it. They don't do that.
Right. Very few. I mean, very few.
But think about that. If that were to go through, right? That means if the police say, "Oh, freeze," he's going to turn himself in and know he's going to come back out in less than a few hours. Ain't that something?
With the ankle monitoring, and then he's going to go out and go do it again and get caught again with the ankle monitor on, stand before another judge, and they're like, "You're out on parole now for something you did earlier this week." Yeah. So that's what I'm concerned about, because it doesn't teach the person anything. It doesn't scare them at all.
Not even the first way. The first way doesn't even teach them anything because of the rate of recidivism, the repeating, offenses. But the thing is I think it puts citizens at increased risk. Because this person where, what, this type of a crime, this is like you should be locked up for this. You shouldn't just be out roaming around on your own recognizance.
Mm-hmm. And that's even a attempted murder. They allow them to
attempted murder. You can almost kill somebody. You could be trying to kill them and they don't die. Be like, okay, since they didn't die, we're gonna let you out. You just be back, to Thursday from from next week.
Right. Make
Like,
sure you make that court appearance now.
They'll say dance beep, dance beep.
that's crazy.
It is.
I just think that's crazy. And to me, I'm like that is in the back of my mind. I know it wasn't happening here, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, are you guys serious? You just gonna just let them loose? Oh yeah, you did, this. And I'm just thinking of, several heinous crimes,
Hmm.
but you didn't quite hit the mark to have to for us to keep you in. So we're gonna let you go. And you just come on back for your court appearance, for your arraignment, because that's what it'd be. You come back for your arraignment on Monday. It's like, stop. No, who's gonna do that?
Right. And so that's what it was concerning for me because I understand. I'm like, you could have a situation that goes on and you end up losing your job. You just sitting there waiting on a darn court date, So I get that. Um,
Mhm.
what they say, they just round everybody up and took them in. So I get that, and that can hurt you. But there are some things which they're saying that they don't want to look at the person's history. I disagree with that. If they were petty theft and last month and then robbed somebody 2 weeks ago, and then you caught them this time carjacking, well, it seems like this is kind of like a pattern.
Yeah, they
So,
take things that don't belong to them. Doesn't it look like that?
right. So let's just go ahead and keep them until that court date. They couldn't have a job, or they're not too concerned about the darn job. Must be part time because they full time out there stealing and carrying on.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, I get it. I'll be fair with it, but it still is a big concern because these kids are out there and they're in groups of 4 and they're just rolling up on somebody and they're quick. Give me your money, grab the stuff, jump in the car, move on to the next target. And they do this within a 2-mile radius, 10 cars or whatever, and then maybe come back out the next day and start all over again. And this is just going on and on, different places. And like I said before, on one of the streams, it used to be a running joke. Why don't you go in the neighborhoods that are richer with the people that have money? Well, they're doing that now.
They're doing, yes, sure, yes. Yeah,
They're doing that now.
you want to know what it when I first started hearing about that, it likened to when they say that, we start encroaching on the wilderness, and then, like the raccoons and the bears are now starting to come, because we're encroaching on them. It's
Yes.
like it's like these, you know, criminals now they're like, you know what, to the suburbs where they would never go. Now they're
Mhm.
like, you know what, there's opportunities in these suburbs. We about to start creeping out there. It's like
Mhm.
a plague. It's like you can't. The invisible fence is not holding them.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing. And riding on off to the sunset. And one, if I recall, let me see, it was I'm trying to think, was that Mall of America in Minnesota? I know it was a suburb. I can't, it might have been, I maybe had the wrong mall, but I know it was a suburb, a huge mall. And they went to this jewelry store and they shot the security guard and he died. Um, that was very incredible because a lot of times they don't do anything. They threaten that they're going to do something. But when they actually shot that man to break the glass and steal jewelry and run off, that was something that really put a lot of people, that really got people going. And the people turned up, those white people turned up. They like, no, I don't feel safe. These people are coming from the city into the suburbs to come and rob.
and kill. And that's what the
Hmm.
amount of disregard for life. It's like just to shoot somebody because I ain't never shot nobody. I need to. It's like almost like it's sport. I don't understand, if you're gonna just rob, why do you have to shoot and kill somebody?
Okay, Cruz said it was River Oaks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was. I was thinking like, was it River Oaks or was it Minnesota? I couldn't think where it was because so much happened. And there was something out in Minnesota. I can't remember what that was because it's just kind of back to back, but no one was shot and killed. But they're running in. I mean, this is past the smash and grab, which was a big thing for 2021.
Mhm.
Smash and grab was like every um, weekend. You just sitting waiting and just look. Okay, well, when is it coming? Oh, there it is. Oh, they got Macy's this time. Oh, they got Saks Fifth Avenue this time. Oh, they got Lord and Taylor this time. Oh, they got that one. And you just watch. Oh, they got North Face. Oh, there they go. They're running in. Oh, they took the phone, the T-Mobile store. Oh, they got them. And it was just a weekly thing. So now they're doing it bigger now. They are doing it bigger.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
It's like I want it and I'm gonna take it. Hey crew.
I'm like, wow. So I just, it's a concern for me. Now that I can say that I know is going to be rough for 2023. Um, the amount of crimes when it comes, well, it'll be that crime, and then it will also be identity crime. That's going to definitely increase. It's really bad. Um, that's why I said, hey, if you go ahead and change your passwords and definitely eliminate accounts that you are not using, just let them go. You don't use your, let me see, think of something. I don't know. Maybe you got a Discord server. You don't use that, delete it. Um, Spotify, delete it. Whatever. Whatever your old stuff is, get rid of it because a lot of the information has been compromised, and these people are going to be playing around because they have nothing but time to play around with to get your name, look for all your things that you do, and play around with those passwords. So do that. Protect yourself. It is no joke. They're doing it for healthcare. Um, what else do I know? Tax returns, of course. Um, they've done it for what's that other thing? Healthcare, unemployment. Oh my goodness, I can't even believe with the unemployment
Mm.
because that's what I'm really confused with that because I'm like, but the person is working. How did this happen? How did this go through? So it's no joke out there. This cyber stuff, they are just having a good old time and creating cards. What is it? They credit cards. What else they're doing? I showed a couple of things with the SNAP cards, those for the food
Mhm.
stamps. They've done that in several cities besides Chicago. Um, Now that's something you taking people money. The money is on there. You're sitting at home, I guess, with your card. You go shopping, and there's no money on there. That person never touched your physical card. What the hell is going on? And with that, the government is not replacing it. It's like, oh, we're sorry about that. And I'm really kind of surprised with that. So people have to go to food banks for food.
That is crazy.
Hmm. So it's really tough, and they're just gonna get worse with that.
Well, with that last one, I understand why they wouldn't replace it though, because honestly, it's not that hard to figure out how to set these types of things up with your cell phones and whatever. And so if you found out that, oh, they'll replace it, then people would just start stealing it from themselves, honestly. So I think, they're doing it. It sounds cruel, but it's probably a very small percentage of people who are actually getting a legitimate theft happening to them. And, it's going to teach everyone else to be twice as careful, right? And it's going to prevent anybody from wanting to engage in a little fraud, to boost their little money this month, right? So, I mean, they can't afford it. That's just what it comes down to. They can't afford it. And I mean, the American government, and this is the thing, Americans, a lot of times they're like, oh, we pay so much in taxes, and this and that, and all these things. And it's like, I don't think that sometimes America is super transparent with its people about what it does with the money that it has and how much money it's in debt, because like I remember when Africa was in debt to America, and it was like this big deal, and people were like talking in forums. This was back in the days like when it was just like written forums, none of this voice stuff, right? People were like shaming Africans and Black people and whatever, right? And I'm like, y'all know that America is like billions, tens of billions, or maybe even trillions of dollars in debt by now. There's not in the same way that, say, America, Africa will be in debt to America. America will be in debt to a bunch of random lenders. So in theory, if they ever default, then a bunch of these random lenders, right, will own America. That's what's happening. And that's from certain settlements. So for example, when America sued the tobacco companies and won, right, they got $40 billion. That's what the settlement was. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, okay, do you want your $40 billion all at once? Or do you want it in, yearly? We're going to have to pay you, a certain percentage of that and da-da-da-da. And so, well, they say, yeah, well, of course, listen, we're not trying to bankrupt you guys, right? We do want people to quit smoking. It's terrible, just very slowly. So what we want you to do is pay us yearly. And you're going to pay us a certain percentage of your income based on our projections that we're going to get about 2% of the population per year to quit smoking, right? So overall, it's going to be 2% less people smoking every year. And that's what we're projecting, right? They went, okay, that sounds good, right? And so now America knows that that is what they're going to be getting every year from the tobacco company. So then they went to the lenders and they said, hey, we want $40 billion right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to pay you back in the rate of approximately what we're going to get from the tobacco companies. Seriously, this is what really happened. Wow. And so everyone was happy, right? Yeah, America got its $40 billion right away, right? And, the tobacco companies are technically paying that back for them. Yay, us. Well, but then what happened is vaping came around, because that was working out really well for a while. And then vaping came around and suddenly people were quitting at like a 25% rate. And that wasn't going to work because that means the tobacco companies are not paying back the government enough, right? Because they're paying back the government based on their income, right? They're paying a percentage of their income. So if people quit by 8% this year instead of 2%, then what the tobacco companies are paying America is not enough for America to pay its debtors off or its lenders off, right? So now they're in a panic. So what did they got to do? Well, first what they did was they financed the tobacco companies to get competitive vapes, but that didn't work because they're shit. So then what did they do? They went on the misinformation campaign to try to turn everyone against vaping, because they knew that if they turned everyone against vaping, then you're going to get the huge intake of teen smokers back up, right? Because teen smoking is down to an all-time low. Teen nicotine addiction down to an all-time low. But if you get rid of vaping, then all those people who were going to pick up a cigarette will now pick up a cigarette because they're scared of vaping, because vaping is even worse than smoking. It's not. All the people who literally would not be able to stay away from smoking without vaping will go back to smoking because, again, vaping is way worse than smoking. It's not. And so, yeah, and then what it will do is they'll be able to recoup some of those losses. Hopefully, they'll be able to get, back to that steady 2% decrease per year, which is what they're hoping for. And that's really what America does. And that's with everything. So every time you see America playing games and doing stupid things with, like, I don't know, some type of medication or something like that, think about that, because that's what they do. Oh, they sued and they won and there was a settlement and no, they go borrow money and whatever, and now they will screw over their entire constituency, all so they can pay their debts back. They don't care. They don't care about anyone's health. They don't care about anyone's life. They don't care about anyone's functionality. They don't care about the people. They don't care about the children. They don't care at all. Like, it's just like, it's gross. Because the thing is, I mean, all government's gross, right? Especially in the Western world. Like, I mean, like, all government's gross, fine, right? But at least, I gotta say, Britain, Canada, there's certain, like, Canada now, because of Rona, right? And they're just in a serious deficit now. So they're taxing the crap out of vaping. But it's like, it's not really to try to stop anyone from vaping. It's just because they gave away a lot of money over Rona for the last few years, right? Like, they paid everybody for like years. They just paid them like $2,000 every 2 weeks or whatever, right? It was crazy. So they're in a lot of debt from that. You know, Britain, a lot of other countries though, right? They're not doing any of this because they did all the research. There's a 200-page report from BBC Health proving that vaping is 95% safer than smoking. 95%. They did 200 pages, right? But America, the government, and I do mean the government itself, will start a misinformation campaign to get people back on the 95% more harmful cigarettes, right? All to be able to pay their debts back. Like, it's just,
I believe that too.
Messed up. Yeah, it's really messed up. So, Jesus Christ.
That's jacked up. Wow.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Well,
right?
everyone, we have hit all 3 time zones. Happy New Year, Vonda.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
Thank you.
Ooh, yeah. And
We
so
made it.
I will sign off. It's been great being Char Willie. You might see me around in the YouTube streets. It won't be often because I'll be looking for that pension, trying to make me some money, or someone with the pension. Whichever one, I'll be busy. So not going to see you around a whole lot.
That's right.
Yeah. Nothing's off the table. Nothing is off the table. But it has been great. I have no regrets. Learned a lot. Not a lot technically YouTube streets, but a lot when it comes down just with human nature. Human nature. Yes, that's what I would say I learned. So I'm going to sign off and just say I'm out of here. So you all have a wonderful holiday. Be safe. Happy New Year to you. And I'll see you in those YouTube streets. You already got my email address, so you can email me at any time. And I'll see y'all around.
Yeah. These streets are calling me.
Yeah, so you guys take care. And until we meet again, peace.
Cheers, y'all.
I'm out.
Peace.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.